Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the Oklahoma Bred Swine Expo, the highest paying major Oklahoma pig show. Would you please stand and join me as we play the national anthem? All right, we are ready to get rolling here in the Purebred Gilt Show. Coming in the ring now is Class 1 Berkshires. Class 2, you need to be lining up in the holding pins.
I'd like to sure welcome everyone to the show this morning here at COBA, and very excited for the opportunity. I drove down yesterday afternoon, evening, and just kind of putting some thoughts together in my head. This is a really special fairgrounds for those that have been to the Fall Classic over the years. Didn't take very long when I walked around that plywood down there to realize that you folks are serious about Oklahoma bred show pigs, and beautiful ring, beautiful setup. I'll apologize up front. I've been fighting a head and chest cold just a little bit since Denver. Kind of got the Denver crud, so if I sound even more monotone than I typically do, that's my apologies. I'm heavily medicated, sponsored by Dayquil today, and we'll see what, in Mucinex, we could see what we can get through today. Berkshire's that set out here, I want to make some comments. Obviously, this is a pivotal show. You've got counties, you've got districts, you've got OYE. If you don't make a pin today, I don't want you to discard your project. When those gilts come out, they got to be right coming at me. They got to have a build. When we talk about Berkshires, we can get just a little picky at their ham loin hookup, their hind leg posture. If you look at these gilts out here, they're a little different there in terms of how they use their hind leg, where their hip, their tailhead, and loin set in them. That's probably the biggest limitation of the gilts that remain in the ring. As we're going to do all day, let's put our hands together for the efforts. Young people, look sharp today. My compliments for your efforts. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job.
Rebecca from Prague, you need to be lining up for Class 2 Berks. Rebecca from Prague. Mark Hogue is originally from Cambridge, Illinois. He grew up with a diversified background showing cattle, hogs, and sheep. This stimulated his interest in livestock judging and animal science. Upon graduation from high school, he pursued his interest in animal science and livestock judging throughout college. He attended Black Hawk East and then the University of Illinois. While at both institutions, he was very active on the livestock judging teams. From there, he decided to attend Iowa State University for his master's degree in animal breeding. While at Iowa State, Mark coached the livestock judging team, advised students, and taught classes in the animal science department. He found an interest in teaching and research and decided to pursue his PhD in animal breeding at Michigan State. An opportunity was presented to join the staff at Western Illinois University in Macomb, Illinois. Mark has judged numerous state fairs, junior nationals, and majors across the country with a number of species. Please give a welcome to our gilt judge today, Mark Hogue. Just a reminder, purebred gilt exhibitors, you need to make sure you have your papers when you go line up in the holding pens. Do not forget them.
Great class to start with out here. And, a pig show's about multiple views, and they've got to come out of that gate initially, hit me hard. They've got to give me a silhouette from a profile that I like. Then they've got to go away with the correct hind leg. And we'll navigate through the population today, and we'll talk about differences. And, boy, that right now in the show pig deal, things are high, things are good, and the track is fast. And so my expectations today are high. The athlete of the group out here that's the most consistent in their views, coming and going in terms of reach, agility, squareness on both ends. Young lady right here in the middle's got our class winner. I think this is the most comfortable gilt that we have. I love her shape to her blade. I like where her forearm and knees sit. She's probably the softest in her front pastern of the initial three Berks, but I think it's a proper curvature. I really like her hind leg. I love where her loin ties in, front side of her hip. I think that gilt really does a lot of good for me. A really interesting breeding piece is going to be second across the ring. Really stout, bold, centered gilt. I like this gilt skull. Got a huge hip and stifle. You can tell that from a profile. This gilt, when she goes on a profile, though, is a little corset on ham loin hookup. Then when she goes away, she's just a nickel wide in her stifle joint for me. And if you look at all that bulk and then look at the spread to her rear dew claw, the size of her rear foot, that's the only thing we can't paint and glue is feet and dew claws. That I like to stouten that up just a little. Like the gilt in third, a good deal. She's a little vertical on both ends. We try to make hogs strong pastern and tall fronted. They're going to be just a little stiltier up front. I like that gilt spine. I like her balance. I like her proportionality out here. The gilt that comes next, really a cool made one. This is the skinny green one of the initial four, and if this gilt fleshes and blooms up by OYE, I think this gilt has a big ring presence about her to go up on the hill and be competitive. Today, just a little raw in her upper rib. Want to open her up just a shade. Built right, good looking, got to be stouter. Got a gilt that comes next, extra sweepy bellied, jet level, flag tailed kind of gilt. She's a little mousy headed, a little flat in her forearm, but I like that gilt's proportionality. She's proper in her length of body, proper in her frame size. I think fits together very, very well. Here's the big mature gilt of the lightweight Berkshires. That threw me off just a little bit. Study the crest, study the roundness to her rump. She's a little coarse on both ends, but she is fat-legged and she is wide. She is stout. I like that gilt a good deal. Really an attractive flag-tailed gilt coming out here. Once again, a little stilty, a little closed up front, but a cool look. I like that gilt's value. I think she's good today. I think she has the potential to get really good. Next young man, disappointed to be where he is in eighth. Problem is, on the profile, I like this gilt. My first view is this gilt coming at you. She's not square enough or open enough underneath. If we fix that in the next 45 days, could be a contender. Nice gilt here. Runs out of the extras in terms of her power through her hip, stoutness of hind leg, but a good looking, big arm, big footed gilt up front. The final gilt, moderate, wide, and stout. She's the shortest in her hip, the most unorthodox in terms of how she handles her hind leg going away. Front 2/3 are good. Change her behind. Good class. Let's compliment them once again here in your Class 1 Berkshires.
Results of Class 1 Berks. First place was shown by Cody Castle of Perkins Tryon FFA, bred by Oklahoma State University Swine Center. Second place was shown by Kirby McConnell of Wellston, bred by JD Show Pigs. Third place goes to Emma Wade of Washington. Fourth to McKenna Smith of Hinton. Fifth goes to Olivia Guthrie of Vian. Sixth goes to Camry Bryant of Weatherford. 7th goes to Briggs Lott of Hydro Eakley. 8th goes to Cameron Weatherford of Asher. 9th goes to Harley Harbison from Asher. And 10th place goes to Brian Holt of Shattuck. We are now showing Class 2 Berkshires. Class 3, you need to be lined up in the holding pen.
I just asked our ring help, we talked earlier about weighing them back, but in the pures, it's shown by age, and right now that's a really debatable topic, age, weight, what do we do? I just want individual quality when I look at them. There's good big ones, there's good little ones, there's nice ones in the middle, and so we've got some size variation out here. If you were to span, in my opinion, the ring out here, this gilt on both ends is a little round and coarse, then after that, we've got really pretty, sleek built Berkshires that you love from a profile. You watch them come at you and you study their arm, you study their density of skeleton. I don't see them as out there and as bold as what I do some of the pigs in the ring, but yet I think if they do the right things in the next 45 days, like a gilt like this right here, I think that will be a very, very nice gilt. Today, not dense enough, not bold enough, but still just a little green in their maturity pattern. With that stated, please put your hands together for the exhibitors that remain in the ring. We'll resort your top 10. It pains me to come to the microphone for two reasons. I really like that song, and the other is somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to be second and third on down the line. I'll compliment you folks, Berkshire breeders in the state of Oklahoma. You are making some real weird-looking Berkshires in a good way. It's amazing when you think about the average of the population that should be conventional built, short on both ends and round on both ends. These are the opposite. These are up and out, and these are wild-looking. I think it depends on what views you want to focus, what little things you want to determine for 2 and 3. But if you take the extras that 2 and 3 bring to the ring, put them together, young man in the middle's got our class winner, because this Berkshire Gilt doesn't take a bad step at any particular point. She's really interesting and catches my attention from a profile, but yet my favorite view is when I get right in behind the Gilts and watch them walk away. That pin set hock rear foot, not only is the hind leg big, but it is correct in terms of how it goes away. Pretty impressive Gilt. Study her length of body relative to her length of hip. I'd maybe either lengthen her rump a little or shorten her body a rib, one of the two. Outside of that, she's wildly good. I love the Gilt in second, and she's a tough Gilt to show out here. Young lady's got, but I mean, that is one cool looking Gilt from a profile that is big hipped, big hind legged, and opened up, and I think more genuine than the Gilt in third. My problem with the Gilt is she's nervous out here, and she just won't get and drive and go. And I tell you what, most drivers wouldn't get as much out of this Gilt as this young lady is. She's doing an excellent job with a very difficult Gilt to show. Interesting breeding value in that one. Hey, you want to talk about a cool looking, wild made Berkshire from a profile? Young man in third's got that. Problem is, study her form and front foot, study the size of her rear foot. I don't read her as genuine as those top two, but that is a zero crest, flat back, good looking one. Just want to intensify her skeleton just a little. Hey, if you don't like that one, you dang sure will like the one in fourth, because you can't make an animal fatter legged than the Gilt in fourth. And I love that Gilt. To me, she's just a little round on both ends, a little jammed up. But if you want to focus on bone and bone alone, that Gilt might be your class winner. Tremendous density, and yet handles it good. Thought she was a little round on both ends. Got a great brood sow coming next. Really deep, really flat backed, and I like that about her. Little sourier headed, just a smidgen more crest to her neck. When you watch her go away, I think her right hind's a little deviated as it hits the surface behind. Great bodied show Gilt coming out in 6, but if you study the chub relative to the foot size and bone, I don't see that matching quite as well. I want to intensify her foot relative to all that chub and mass she's got up high. The next Gilt, little rounder rump, but I like her bone and foot. That Gilt doesn't balance from a profile like some of the others. The final 3, we can let them roll out. Got a good bodied, thick bladed Gilt here. Once again, that balance and silhouette doesn't hit me quite as good out of her hip and hind leg posture. Young lady right here with a really stout, wide one, just a little deep throated, a little bull neck. I love the little Gilt that closes. If you want to just show Berkshires by weight, that's a good built little rig right there. Little loud marked, little low performing out here relative to her contemporaries.
Results of Class 2 Berkshire Gilts. First place shown by Luke Binge of Tecumseh, bred by Atkinson Family Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Kinsley Whittington of Tecumseh, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Third goes to Kylan Camp of Laverne, bred by Camp Family Show Pigs. Fourth was shown by Kenley Clater of Hera. Fifth goes to Caleb Dorr of Wagner. Sixth shown by Haley Townsend of Tecumseh. Seventh shown by Kendall Rager of Medford. Eighth shown by Harley Bole of Perry. Ninth was shown by Oakley Doby of Eufaula. And 10th was shown by Rebecca Sidesema of Prague. We are now showing Class 3 Berkshires. This is our final class of Berkshire Gilts. At the conclusion of this class, we will roll right into the Berkshire Drive. So first few in each class, you need to be thinking about making your way back to the holding pins.
We got a pair of litter 27 gilts, the boy there and the boy here. I think they're both stout and powerful. I thought the better hip and hind-legged one I put in a pin. This one's just a little vertical behind to me and a little mechanical in terms of how it handles its hind leg. I thought it was close. In my opinion, there's a big pretty gilt out here little girl has right here. I love this gilt's profile. I like her skull and front end. Man, when she comes at you, I just need more horsepower. I need a bigger front leg on that gilt, but I thought a very close call. I think this particular class is a really close population. Got a good bodied, good stout Berkshire there, just a little more general to me from a profile. Got a real powerful Berkshire, a dark colored one here, just a little short and quick in her hip. I think this is a good class, but there's really close calls out here relative to the three classes preceding. Very, very close. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done, and don't give up on your project.
If you were in the top 5 in class 1 and 2 Berkshires, you need to be in the holding pens at this time to get lined up for the drive. DSL Hybrid is the official videographer of OBSE this year. He is offering Showman Spotlight videos, a unique way to capture your exhibitor's time in the ring. To book, contact him or visit the DSL Hybrid table near the backdrop.
This is one of those classes where I feel like I feel comfortable describing what I like about each of these gilts, and then maybe what I tweak on each of these gilts. And I keep telling myself, come on, man, just step back, big picture, pick the best one, the next best one, and the third best one, and move on. Well, in this particular juncture, I think it's very, very difficult out here because you've got to decide on some different things of where you want to sit. And bottom line, the more I step back, the gilt that I'm drawn to has an elegant look up front, and then her ability to have an elegant look up front and open up to a blade, a cage, a hind leg flexibility is absolutely tremendous. Now, she's got one issue. She'll be a little slinky back just on occasion, going from her loin into her top line there at that hookup. Outside of that, I think she's a very rare creature to put together in terms of flexibility, look, and uniqueness. Young man across the fence over there, going to be your class winner. Man, I would love to sculpt Berkshires like that at home with that jawline, that skull, and that curvature to her forearm and knee and front foot is really, really comfortable in my opinion. And we talk oftentimes in our cattle barn, man, we'll have heifers that get a little easy topped on occasion. Those are the truly sound ones long term as we project them to senior yearlings. That's a good gilt to start. Who's most like her out here? The young man here is going to be second. I love the density, and I wanted to start with this gilt simply based on bone, feature, hip, and hind leg squareness. The problem is she just a little rolled forward in her blade, and I don't see that neck shoulder attachment like I do our class winner, but that is a dense, big scaled, wide skeleton, bold one. The one that was my first impression, jackpot gilt, hit the ring first, got the first pin. I love this gilt. She's not third because of size. She's third because when she goes off of her hind leg, it looks like she's trying to step over a 2x4 betting board at home, and I don't know what she's doing behind. She'll stab just a little. If we could fix that and stabilize that, that is a beautifully proportional, cool look, current, very, very nice gilt. Change the orientation and the posture to her hind leg. Got a pair of big-bodied ones coming 5 and 6, extra bold, extra chunky, little juicy necked out here, just a little rounder in terms of her hip, but that is a dense power sow that I love the broody feature of her. Very similar story coming in 5. I like this gilt in terms of her body, her mass. I don't see that hip power. I think a functional female, when we take her to the extras, I don't see some of those that I do in the class, in the gilts that precede her. Gilt that comes next, real hairy, real good looking on a profile, good front end view. When I watch this gilt go right away, I want to change how her hind leg drops drops out of the base of her ham just a shade. We can let 7 through 10 roll. I think 7 and 8 are close. I think these are dense, good shaped, powerful Berkshire gilts, a little jammed up front, a little vertical in terms of her hind leg, but I like the composition. I like the shape and the genuine forearm shape that they have. Gilded 9, we talked about that, little 27s, little short and quick at her hip, front 2/3, look like a good show bear to me. Want to generate some show bears. Gilt 10 just wore out here, big, thick, wide one. She doesn't have enough foot and bone to match the chub up high, and then she got a little mechanical on both ends the longer the drive wore on. Great class of Berkshires. My compliments to the exhibitors.
Results of Class 3 Berkshires. First place shown by David Clater of Hera. Second place goes to Bryce Bagwell of Bing. Third shown by Hadley Davis of Wagner. Fourth goes to Kylie Blim of Mulhall. Fifth goes to J.C. Townsend of Tecumseh. Sixth goes to Tegan Winter of El Reno. Seventh goes to Jaylee Voigt of Glencoe. Eighth goes to Bryn Bush of Altus. Ninth goes to Kaylin Hicks of Sterling. And 10th place was shown by Kylie Green of Purcell. We are now starting our Breed Champion Berkshire Drive. First place in Class 1 was shown by Cody Castle. First place in Class 2 was shown by Luke Benge, and first place in Class 3 was shown by David Clater. We will be lining up 6 Berkshires for scholarship spots.
I already figured out this is going to be a difficult show to put together based on 2 things. First of all, the quality is going to be incredible, and the decisions will be very, very close that we have to navigate through. The second reason is, in the back of my mind, you folks have this little event in Oklahoma City in mid-March that I want to make sure that our COBA gilts can go to the next level and be competitive at that particular juncture. And so as we go through this, I think it gets very, very difficult to put together, because I want to have gilts that are right today, but yet if you choose to take them on, which you will, if they're quality, I want them to be competitive at the next level. And so standing out here, I think we've got 3 excellent class winners. I don't tend to be one of those judges that talks a lot and re-breaks down each class winner in a division, because I've already probably done that too much today. I really, really think it's close. I think they're high quality. My compliments to all 3. 2 of them hit me just a little little more unique, then within that particular situation, you've got to ask, is there a cool enough, just genuine enough skull in one? Is the other one just correct enough in one region of their body? And I think that is what goes through my mind. The gilt that I have to make the fewest excuses for to stand and justify behind a champion that I think is good today, going to be good long term, is our middleweight gilt's going to win this class.
Well, congratulations, your champion Berkshire exhibitor, shown by Luke Binge. That brings in second place in Class 2, Kinsley Whittington. Your reserve champion Berkshire was shown by David Clater of Class 3. That brings in second place, Class 3. Third overall was second place, Class 3. That was shown by Bryce Bagwell of Bing. That brings in third place out of Class 3, Hadley Davis. Kinsey Whittington.
Fourth overall is second place out of Class 2, going in the ring in third place out of Class 2. I need fourth place out of Class 2.
Fourth overall was shown by Kinsley Whittington. That brings in which one? That brings in third place out of Class 2, Kylan Camp.
Fifth overall, third place out of Class 2, coming in the ring in fourth place out of Class 2.
Fifth overall was shown by Kylan Camp of Laverne. That brings in Kinley Clater. Fourth place out of Class 2. She's already out there. Your sixth and final Berkshire selection goes to Caleb Dorr. Well, congratulations to all of your Berkshire exhibitors. We are about to roll into our Chester show. This will be Class 4 Chesters, but it will be our first class shown today. The Certified Oklahoma Bread Association is proud to award $895 in class payouts. Let's give a proud thank you to everyone who makes this possible.
In the Chester ring right now, it's really interesting. You either go beauty or you go the beast. You got a gilt over there. The young lady's got really beast mode in terms of feature and density and burliness. Problem is, in terms of beauty for me, a little cresty neck, just a little stilty. As we look at the rest of them out here, they either have a look of quality from a profile and need more density, or they're the opposite. They're extra stout and wide like that boy's gilt down there, just a little too crusty, a little too jammed up. And so to me, I see them on either side of the fence. I want them more down the middle. If we could please congratulate the efforts of every young person looking sharp out here, doing a good job today, and we'll resort your top 10 Chesters. I believe there's only one Chester White class, and so as a result, this will be your Grand and Reserve Chester, and my compliments to all 10 of you that made the final drive. I think really an interesting upper end of gilts to put together and discuss. To me, the champion, once again, those multiple views of coming at you the way they need to, going away they need to, and then step back to the profile and really get an essence of quality and agility. Young man right in front of me is going to have your champion Chester gilt within this particular drive. I think in terms of what she represents for where we're at in 2025, she is the most impressive Chester that we've got. If I was going to be picky, I'd set her blade back on her shoulder just a shade. That's where I love this gilt. It's going to be reserved. The young lady in the ponytail down here. This gilt coming at you is probably my favorite. I like the size in her ear. I like her chest. I like her skull. Really, really good. She goes away extra true and square. Her right hind maybe gets a little outside herself, but my concern is when she gets on the profile, she's not built quite as good in her upper hip, but I think that is one genuine fresh Chester with a lot of boldness. I like the gilt in third, not wanting to show the best out here, and she's the quickest and her most mechanical in her step on both ends of her skeleton. Like the stoutness, like the density, I want to let her reach more athletically, particularly off her hind end. Gilt that comes in third, I really, really like in terms of her pieces. Good shape, fresh built, really athletic. Her reach and range of motion off of her hind leg, and the posture to her hind leg is really good. Take her to the ground. She's not as dense in her foot, not as bold in terms of her forearm as what those three that precede her. From a profile, the underlying quality, the maternal characteristics of this gilt and fourth are really good. Get in behind her, and this gilt not as real and not as genuine in terms of her shape, her muscle, and her power relative to the four that precede her. Got a powerful sow coming out next. Big feet, big hip, extra durable built, and I like that about her. This gilt tends to run downhill. She's the plainest built about her crest, the plainest featured as you take that neck into her shoulder. As a result, she settled where she did in terms of her spine deviation, but man, at the ground, that is a powerful sow that's got a generating look. Good bodied gilt come next, closes up just a shade underneath, a little piecier as we take her down her top line, but I like her extra length, like her extra shape going away. 8, 9, and 10 got a nice sow here in terms of agility, a little flat in her front feet, just a little flat in terms of her forearm when she comes at me, but I like her body and design. Gilt that comes in 9, extra elevated, extended. She's too refined in terms of her skeleton, but I like her condition and freshness. The little gilt, I think, has got a bright future. If she is young within this class, she's got to get a stout enough feature with maturity, but if she does, I think she's built really good long term. Extra good class. My compliments once again.
Well, congratulations to your champion Chester exhibitor Wyatt Porterfield of Medill FFA, bred by Nickel Genetics. Reserve champion Chester was shown by Kylie Green of Purcell, bred by 4C Show Pigs. Third place went to Kinley Crater of Hera FFA. Fourth goes to Kylie Gwynn of Porter. Fifth, shown by Austin Wood of McLeod. Sixth, shown by Sydney Richardson of Lindsay. Seventh, shown by Bryn Bush of Altus. Eighth went to Payson Gregory of Medford. Ninth, shown by Noah Price of Washington. And 10th went to Aspen Burns of Calumet. We are now showing Class 5 Purebred Gilts. This will be your first class of Durocs. Second class of Duroc Gilts, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. Kylie Green, you need to come pick up your Reserve Champion Chester Awards behind the announcer stand. We will be giving out several door prizes today, sponsored by Toolman Feeders. Our first door prize will go to Cameron Weatherford of Asher. Cameron, you can come pick up your door prize behind the announcer stand.
as we make the transition into the Durocs, we've got some really competitive upper end pigs that I like and hit me hard initially in the pins. Then that middle down, I think, really gets subjective on how you want your Durocs to be built. We've got a couple good looking ones. The young man over there, big stout guy, got a good looking one from the profile. I watch her come at me and go away. I don't think there's just enough amplification. Got a couple of low riders out here like this young lady's got, extra moderate and dense and burly. Problem is they're just not quite stout enough or not quite good enough looking when you get on the profile. One here I really like from a profile and some pieces. You watch the hind leg go away. In terms of deviation, you're not sure where that one's going to set long term. I think some very, very close calls out here. Let's put our hands together, if you would, on a job well done for these young people.
We would like to take a minute to thank some of our sponsors who help make this show possible. Our title sponsor today is Linder Show Feeds. The show ring sponsor is Kennedy Ventures and Oklahoma Port Council. Our t-shirt sponsor is Premium Blend Genetics. And our backdrop photo sponsor is Primo Feeds.
I'll be honest with you folks, it's been a hot minute since I've judged a pig class with that much depth and quality through 8, 9, and 10. And all I could tell you is the Reds at Oklahoma Youth Expo in March, the Red Gilts will be powerful. They'll be good if this class is any indication out here. And what's interesting, a guy told me once, not too long ago, they're like, Hogue, you're hard to hit in a pig show because whatever you're trying to do at home and improve on is what you bring to the ring. Well, what I'm trying to do in multiple breeds at home is each breed has issues that they need to work on as a whole. And as we focus on the Berkshires, it was ham loin hookup and front end. As we focus on the Chesters, it's an identity crisis. Do you want to be a Chester or a Landrace? We get into the Reds, and it's all about the form and the hind leg posture in terms of how you want to put them and how you want to build them. All these hogs are dense. So they all have body. They all have mass. It's a matter of what you want to do. To me, the most intimidating and impressive and the rarest commodity that we have, where Durocs can be a little different, their arm and front foot, their stifle joint and rear leg going away. This is going to be your class winner, and she's not the chubbiest one today, but she is, in my opinion, the most interesting built gilt that you could continue to feed and have a wonderful spring with. Young lady right there is going to have your class winner in this particular group. That gilt's ability to bring her tail to the top of her spine, have a giant hind leg, and not have 8 pounds of glue in her hind leg, that's hard to do, in my opinion. I like that gilt's joints. I love her front foot, love her skull. I think that is a really, really interesting female. Hey, don't mean to sound old school. Got a nice underline and a good sized vulva. That's good stuff right there. Young lady here, don't give up, because I'd love to take both these home. I thought this pair was wickedly close. It's really hard, regardless of species or breed, to put a crest and a skull and a front end like that and a rib cage like that gilt has. She's got the panther hind leg from a profile I love. That is a powerful gilt. Not quite as nearly cool build at the top of her hip as our class winner. Then when she goes away, she'll come just a smidgen close at the ground relative to our class winner. The gilt that comes in third, if you're on this camp, you're going to be like, well, my gilt started squealing, so I got third. She didn't go third because she started squealing. She went third because as I walked the gilts, she got the most mechanical in her motion on both ends. Her shoulder's not as comfortable. As a result, she's like, hey, I'm stout, wide, massive, and powerful, but my shoulder's tired. Let me lay down. As a result, she went third. An impressive creature. Got a nice one here in terms of body. Got a nice one in terms of look. This gilt's not as genuine in terms of her real horsepower as what the gilts that precede her are, but man, you take a big picture look, that's a good one there. I thought this gilt was built very similar to our class winner, and I loved her initially. Encouraged this young man to work with this gilt at home. She got a little choppy moving behind, jet level, flag-tailed, and she's not as cool in terms of the shape to her skull and the crest of her neck relative to the gilts that I have above her. 6, 7, and 8, you can let them roll out. Big-bodied, powerful, high-performing gilt. Comes in just a shot at her knee, little rounder in terms of her hip, but there's tremendous value in that gilt in terms of her size, her mass, her substance. Big guy, got the shaggiest, heaviest boned one. She's the most forward in her blade and different in terms of her forearm. Got a nice built little one here, just a little easy down her top line. Big, pretty extended one that's a little flatter and more refined. Our final gilt within the group, a little more pug-headed, a little crestier neck, but extra bone, extra stoutness and moderation. Tremendous class of red gilts there to sort through.
Results of Class 1 Durocs. First place exhibited by Paisley Collins of Van Nuys, bred by HC Livestock. Second place goes to Hadley Wyatt of Chattanooga, bred by Heron Genetics. Third place goes to Channing Goodson of Tecumseh, bred by Heron Genetics. Fourth place goes to Bailey Weeks of Meeker. Fifth place goes to Paxton Hones of Comanche. Sixth place goes to Audrey Cooper of Fort Gibson. Seventh place goes to Jackson Raper of Fort Gibson. Eighth place goes to Tyson Winter of El Reno. Ninth place goes to Clara Whitman of Calumet. And 10th place goes to Hudson Andrews of Purcell. Coming in the ring now is Class 6 Purebred Gilts. This will be your second class of Durocs. On deck will be Class 7 Purebred Gilts. That's your third class of Durocs.
A livestock show is an interesting monster to navigate because I just came to the microphone in the last class and told you it'd been a hot minute since I judged a red class that strong and that deep, and then all of a sudden your expectations are here. The gates start opening and you just expect that crescendo of just dominant Duroc females to come in. There's a lot of different types out here, in my opinion, and I'm not saying if they didn't get a spot or get a pin today at this particular juncture, that's okay. Hey, get that little guy's orange one. I want to see that one. To me, as I study these gilts out here, I want them to come out of that holding pin square in their knee, powerful in their front view. Then when I get a profile, I want to see a level design. I want to see a big rib cage set on top of it. And these gilts give me views that I like, but then all of a sudden I get off on the stout ones and they're a little round and crusty. I get on the big pretty ones and they're a little flat and closed up. Once again, we're on both sides. Now, as a manager, you have 45 days to fix those things. If you can do that, I think it'd be really, really good long term. Today, I don't see that midline that I'm hunting. With that stated, let's please put our hands together. I think I've got 11. We're going to resort this class, a very difficult class. Let's congratulate them for their efforts this morning at COBA. This is a tough class to navigate through because obviously the three gilts at the upper end of the class are shown better. They're more broke to drive. The drivers do a better job of getting the views, and it took me a little time to get through this class because I want to give everybody a chance. Well, there was a lot of stop and go, sitting and spinning and going, and man, all I want's a good smooth drive. And so that's the first wrinkle. The second wrinkle is how far do I want to reach in terms of condition and show readiness today versus OYE. And bottom line, I believe there's 3 litter 4 gilts in the top 5 in this class. I'm guessing they're all litter mates. They look alike, and they really hit me hard in terms of their design, their bone, their foot quality, their squareness and trueness. And man, I think long term they're going to be really good. Young man's going to start this class with a really good gilt. Love her bone, love her foot. I think she comes at me more correct in her front foot than what the young lady's gilt does. And I think when you get this gilt on the profile, that is a flat back, jet level, beautiful hind-legged Duroc. Now, young lady wins the showmanship and the show ready class without a doubt. This is a big, powerful bodied, very well driven gilt. She came to COBA to be a class winner, and I like a lot of things about that gilt. I study the little things though in terms of front foot quality, roundness of rump. I think she is just a little plainer built relative to our unique class winner. She's the safe choice today in terms of flesh, body, weight, growth, and showmanship. Hey, if you want a single trait select on density of hair, gilt and third might be your choice. She is slick-throated, really hairy, boxy-bodied. I like that about her. Only problem is take her the ground up front relative to our top pair. She got a little front foot. She needs more bone to match all that fur, all that stoutness and feature up high. This one in third, litter 4 coming out, flexible, big bone, cool looking. The gilt's a little long-bodied, not quite as bold and powerful today as what the 3 that precede her, but I'd spend a little quality time at home, get that gilt's head up, because when it is really beautiful from a profile. Very same story for this gilt. She spent most of the time with her nose to the ground, but the couple glimpses that I did get, that is a beautiful big tail root, big hip, great hind leg. Just got to open them up front just to shade. Gilt come next. I don't think her pieces fit together quite as well, but excellent in terms of showmanship. Get on her, you're impressed with the mass, the substance. Get off to the side. She's a little high at her hip, a little lowered in terms of her shoulder. The next gilt coming out, neat on the profile, flexible and sound. When this gilt goes away, I want a bigger, stouter hind leg. She's a little refined at her ankle, a little refined down there, but a big bellied, flat back, good looking one. And in terms of a show ring, hey, this little guy I think's got a power sow, but it was real tough to get a look at her. She's a little throwy on both ends in terms of her agility, but our angles are right. Her bone is big, her cage is big, just a little awkward moving, a little plainer up front. The final 3 come out. This guy had one early I loved for making barras, big bone, big feet, good shape. You get away from her, she's a little round and tight in terms of her hip, doesn't fit together quite as comfortably. Love her density and genuineness. Got a gilt coming out here, long and shapely, a little vertical up front in her shoulder and knee. Our final gilt, number 11, I like her arm, I like her flexibility, a little flat in her cage when you get up on top of her, not quite the spread and dimension. Very difficult class to navigate through there in your reds.
Results of Class 2 Duroc gilts. First place goes to Mason Drees of Medford, bred by Mason Drees. Second place was shown by Audrey Cooper of Fort Gibson, bred by Mosteller Show Pigs. Third place shown by Kaisley Onan of Stillwater, bred by Sites Livestock. Fourth place is shown by Maddie Drees of Medford. Fifth place shown by Max Drees of Medford. Sixth place shown by Emma Irwin of Hartshorn. Seventh place was shown by Matley Wiltshire of Rattan. Eighth goes to Cannon Nip of Wilson. Ninth goes to Bryson Cooper of Calumet. And 10th place was shown by Abigail Potter of Frontier. Coming in the ring now is Class 7 Purebred Gilts. This is your final class of Durocs. At the conclusion of this class, we will roll right into the Duroc Champion Drive.
Lots of things going through my mind at this particular juncture. The first thing is we show gilts by age, but we started class 3, and I think they're supposed to be the oldest, but they were maybe some of the smallest gilts within your red gilt show. The second thing is we're going to use 2 pins to get hogs in the ring today, and when that gate opens, if you want to do well today in this show, you better bring you a good pig, and you better drive that thing like you stole it right out the gate, head up, and get to rolling. Once you've shown me your pig, I would migrate down to this end. That will help with efficiency on the day. Big guy out here, tall guy, is close. That gilt needs a bigger hind leg, but I think it's got a bright future down there in the corner. The little bitty guy, the double whipper, man, he's got a stout, wide-bodied one, needs more bone, needs more feature. You look at the rest of them out here, and I think there's some big performance gilts that are a little vertical. There's some really green, young, lighter weight gilts that just need a little more durability to fit in today relative to age appropriate. Get this one shown by weight right here. I think she could be nicer and more competitive in what she is. The young lady right here in the purple undershirt has close calls. Let's put our hands together. Another good set of reds. These top end are going to be hammers. I just told you. Her hind leg, cool build. Don't give up on her. She's a little skinny today and needs a bigger hind leg. Okay. You're the first one I talk. Nice job, nice job, nice job, nice job.
Just a reminder, this is your last class of Duroc, so if you were in the top 4 or 5 in the first 2 classes, you need to be making your way back to the holding area to get lined up for the champion drive. We will be taking 6 Durocs.
Really a great class to come to share my thoughts with you on here as we close the Reds. And bottom line, as long as I'm home by about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to go to a 10U volleyball tournament with my daughter, I got a lot of time between now and then. And so I want to step back and study. And this is the thoughts that are on my mind. We could talk about age of gilt in terms of chronological age or number of days that these pigs have been on this earth. I think that's really subjective, in my opinion, depending on when you want to find your pig in said farrowing crate. I try to focus more on physiological age and maturity, and I think it's really tough in this class because the gilt in fourth looks to me physiologically more immature. Going to be interesting where she sets long term. We've got chronologically older gilts. We've got physiologically mature gilts out here on the top three to study, and I think it's close, in my opinion, depending on where you want to focus your priorities. I tried to tell you earlier, we're going to look at multiple views, and the multiple views that I get, the stoutest, the widest, the boldest, and yet has a really, really big, comfortable hind leg, is the little guy here going to start our class. And bottom line, there's a couple of frustrated showmen down the line. Hey, this is COBA. Your pig's got to be broke to drive. You got to get him in the middle of the ring, and when it's time to go, you got to go. That little guy, hey, it's kind of what you see is what you get. She is 8 foot wide, big rib, flexible, comfortable, not a tight joint in her body, and yet has an elegant look about her. Young lady in second, man, you are a big time stick showman. This gilt can pick him up and set him down as good as any. She's stronger in her top line than what our class winner is, but when I get right in behind her, I don't see her hind leg as uniquely big and not quite as correct as what I do our class winner, but a big, bold, beautiful gilt from a profile I like a good deal. Now, if you wanted to talk just about bone and hair, the gilt in third might be your choice out here. Problem is, when the three gilts come at me, she's the driest in her chest and knee, and then when they go away, she's a little rounder in terms of her rump, just a shot more mechanical. Now, hey, is her hind leg not worth 6 digits? I'm sure it is at OYE. That's a fat hind leg, but in this particular setting, there's a couple issues I'd fix on her in a junior gilt show. Young lady, like I just said, physiological maturity, you have maybe the best gilt going forward to OYE of any of these top four. I think she's fresh, she's flat back, she's beautiful hip and hind leg. Her forearm has to stay in her. It's just a nickel vertical. If I set that back just a shade, might be the one I'd bet on long term. That's a nice gilt there in fourth. Gilt that comes out next didn't want to drive, tended to cover the ring and be a little slower, but you can watch this gilt come out. She'll tuck her hind leg up underneath herself. Now, it is a big hind leg, but I want to bring it back behind her hip, let her reach more comfortably behind. Incredible from there forward. Got a real stout wide one coming next. A little piecier. The farther you get away from this gilt, her lines don't set in her quite as well as some of those others. Big high performing gilt coming next. Very capably shown by this young lady. Study the crest, the depth of the jaw, the density of skeleton. She's just a little more general than what some of those other gilts are. Got a moderate wide built one here that needs a bigger hind leg, needs a stouter skull. She's a little mousy headed. Gilts that come out next got a lower, lighter weight one here that's got a neat look to her. I think really, really cool. Once again, one of those immature gilts that in the next 45 days can be at the upper end of her class. Today ran out of horsepower. I love her build. Do not give up on that one. Hey, we got the King Tail gilt, and young lady's frustrated to go to a 10 or 11 or 12. Problem is her gilt never left the fence line. Hard to get a read on her of what she is. I think she's stout. She's wide. To me, just a little more tight in terms of restricted skeleton.
We are now beginning the Duroc Champion Drive. Your winner out of Class 1 was Paisley Collins. Your Class 2 winner was Mason Dries. And your Class 3 winner was Travis Blaylock.
You know, as you come to the close of your Duroc Drive, we've got a pick six, and I think it's cool. And I know I've taken too long. And rest assured, you try to go through these things and you try to make the right calls. And I told our students the other day, it's really interesting as a judge. If you're judging a prospect show, man, I'd sure like to know the pedigree. I'd sure like to know who's going to be running the feed bucket, because the genetics will take over, and the environment is critically important. These hogs got to be fed right, managed right, drove right. There's so many things that go into a champion. I like our young gilts because they look like young gilts. I like our old gilt because she looks like an old gilt, and it's okay. It's called a sigmoid-shaped growth curve. We need to understand how the hogs change as they go throughout that time in terms of chronological versus physiological age. I want COBA to be a powerful gilt show today, and I want to build a set of champions that represent current, powerful breeding gilts. With that stated, Class 3 is your champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Your champion Duroc gilt was exhibited by Travis Blaylock. That brings in Riley Cloud from Oilton for reserve.
To me, there was some horses in that Class 3. Without question, young lady here, second, going to be your reserve Duroc.
Your reserve champion Duroc gilt was exhibited by Riley Cloud. That brings in Carson Reed, third place out of Class 3. Your third overall was exhibited by Carson Reed. That brings in Camry Bryant. Your fourth overall Duroc gilt was exhibited by Paisley Collins. That brings in second place, Class 1, Hadley Wyatt. Your fifth overall Duroc gilt was exhibited by Hadley Wyatt. That brings in Channing Goodson. And finally, your sixth overall goes to Camry Bryant. That concludes our Duroc show. We are now rolling into Class 8 purebred gilts. There is only one class of Hampshires. Just a reminder, this is our only class of Hampshires, so if you are showing a Hereford, you need to be in the holding pens lining up right now.
Here for champion Hampshire, we had a powerful Duroc division, and I sure think the Hampshires will stay strong. Little girl in the purple bows got your champion Hampshire. If you would give her a great round of applause. Without a doubt, comes through the holding gate, the stoutest, the boldest, the most opened up. Get on the profile, and for stout and dense, a Hampshire female as she is, she has no crest. I think really built good. That's a quality champion female. For reserve, I'm going to use the young man down here. Got a really elegant looking Hampshire female. Beautiful build up front, like the curvature and set. And I think agility is good. She's just not quite as much of a curve bender in terms of density, stoutness, and feature. Young lady's got a really quality gilt here in third place, Hampshire. Beautiful build on the profile, good shape, good curvature and set to her front foot. When she goes away, she's just a nickel more refined in her hind leg. Doesn't drop as strong to the ground as what our top two do. Gilt that comes next in fourth, extra big and wide chested, big ribbed, high growth gilt. I like a little rounder in her rump, not quite as comfortable behind, but yet really an excellent kind of a purebred Hampshire female to recognize there in fourth. 5, 6, and 7. We got a little rougher built one coming 5, but I like her muscularity and shape. Got a really sleek built one up front in 6, but as you study, a little higher topped, a little rounder rump. Gilt in 7th, maybe the biggest frame, longest bodied Hampshire gilt we've got relative to her extensions. She's the flattest and the most refined. As a result, she'll close. Great set of Hampshires. My compliments to the breeders.
Well, congratulations to your champion Hampshire, exhibited by Brinley Newcomb of Canute, bred by Pot Genetics. Your reserve champion Hampshire was shown by Reed Allen of Red Oak, bred by Pot Genetics. Third place goes to Madison Lee of Eufaula. Fourth goes to Cody Castle of Perkins Tryon. Fifth goes to Taylor Duncan of Bowlegs. Sixth goes to Emiliona Morrison of Moore. Fifth goes to Taylor Duncan of Bowlegs. 7 goes to Braden Williams of Moore.
I can run back there if I need to. I can run back there.
If you are showing a Hereford, you need to be in the ring immediately. The Hereford show is happening right now. This is the only classes of Herefords, so if you got a Landrace, you also need to be making your way to the holding pen. If you have a Hereford and you're not up here quickly, you're going to miss your show. We just want to make a quick correction on that Hampshire drive. The champion and reserve were both bred by Savage Genetics. Brady West, you need to be in the ring with your Hereford. Brady West. Also, if you have a land race, you need to be in the holding pen or you will miss your show as well. Also, on that note, Poland exhibitors, you need to be getting it on your mind because there's only 4 land races, so these next couple of shows are going to go pretty quick. So if you have a land race or a Poland, you need to be making your way to the holding pen.
I believe we've got 10 Herefords and a close call is a young man here with the really alert-eared Hereford gilt. I'd like to maybe change that on her just a shade, but a good-bodied gilt that's sound. Maybe not quite the extras as some of them in the pen. Then we look at the other 3 Herefords right here. I think quality kinds of Hereford females that just don't have the extra density and bone. Got a big, pretty, long-bodied sow down here. I like the design of her relative to her frame size. She comes at me just a little refined. Like to stouten her up just a shade. We've got 5 exhibitors out here that deserve a great round of applause here in your Hereford show at COBA. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll resort our top 10. Incredible set of Herefords out here, and my compliments to the exhibitors and breeders for gathering and show them. And today I'm treating today not like a jackpot, but like a big time show that we've got to be ready. There's some younger, greener, immature gilts in some of these classes that I think have bright futures, but I'm trying to pick gilts that are ready today that still have a bright future. And I think as we navigate through that, we've got 3 excellent gilts out here. We've got 4 or 5 in the pins that I think are really fun to talk about and discuss. To me, when the gate opens and you study Herefords in terms of genuineness of skull, shape to the crest of their neck, their forearm, their body shape, without a doubt, to me, the dark one here is the strongest gilt to start with in this particular class and be your champion Hereford. Love her skull, love her arm. You know, the gilt that's going to be reserve Hereford today probably leaves you with a little more punch through the center and lower portion of her stifle, but I still think that gilt has plenty. That's a good sow. That's a good show gilt. That's a quality champion. Give her a nice round of applause if you would. Reserve's going to be the young lady right over here, and I mean, this thing is opened up, big bladed, big hip, got a beautiful shape about her. I really like this gilt also. She doesn't hit me quite as cool about her skull, a little more crest, a little more cheek than what our champion has, but man, from there back, that thing is fresh, big ribbed, opened up, really, really comes at you good, goes away the best of any within class. Gilt in third, tremendous breeding piece, great up front, really cool made on the profile. That gilt has a contagious look from a side view, not maybe quite as opened up on either end as what those top 2 are, but I still think a tremendous gilt. Got a different style Hereford over there in 4. This is a stout skulled, big arm, barrett generating Hereford that I love a good deal. Out here, she's a little quicker and shorter in her hip. She's a little quicker in her step behind off her rear 2. Other than that, that is a bold, genuine, big muscled Hereford with a lot of stoutness. Got a beautiful up and out kind of Hereford that's opened up, got a great posture and head carriage about her, a little skinnier body today, doesn't fit the pieces together quite as well, but when that gilt fleshes in her flank, stays together in her loin hip junction, I think that gilt can get better by OYE and give them all they want. And another really interesting Hereford female, big pin set, big hind leg, a little racier bodied, a little more forward in her forearm, but tremendous in terms of her genuineness and stoutness. If we get this Hereford ears figured out on this gilt, big notches, tags on the tips, it's just a little discombobulated for me in terms of trying to classify. Outside of that, awesome blade, awesome top, maybe as good in her spine, tailhead, and hind leg as any Hereford we've got in class. A little deeper in her throat line though. Gilt runs out of bone, but really good bodied, really good presented here. Comes out next, just needs to be stouter featured. Got a big chested one there, really good shape, really good turn down her loin edge, just a little more refined, a little higher top. Some of the other Herefords, and then our Hereford in 10 got a big chest floor coming at you is impressive. Going away needs to be fixed in terms of where her hock sits in her skeleton. Not only the shape to her hock, but also the size of her hind leg needs to be stouter. Great class. Let's congratulate our Hereford exhibitors on a job well done.
Well, congratulations. Your champion Hereford was exhibited by Audrey Cooper of Fort Gibson, bred by G3 Genetics. Reserve champion Hereford was exhibited by Sailor Johnson of Yale, bred by G3 Genetics. Third place goes to Cody Sanders of Hartshorn. Fourth place went to Ainsley Barks of Blanchard. Fifth place went to Jackson Raper of Fort Gibson. Sixth place exhibited by John Wyatt of Piper. Fifth place went to Jackson Raper of Fort Gibson. Seventh to Dakota Metcalf of Colbert. Eighth place goes to Jenna Owen of Kiefer. Ninth place went to John Wyatt Piper of Hera. And 10th place went to Michaela Smith of Blanchard.
We only have 4 landraces here, but my compliments. These are high quality landrace females out here, and I really think a pair of them that litter 7s that fit together very well. You watch them go away and ask yourself which one of these landrace females of all 4 have the best hind leg, not only in terms of size, but the way it sets in their stifle joint, how they use it, and just comfort level with density. Young lady down here to my left is going to be your champion landrace. Let's give her an excellent round of applause on a quality gilt. Young man's going to be reserve, and I like this gilt a good deal in terms of her look and balance.
Well, congratulations, your champion landrace was exhibited by Tandy Winner of El Reno, bred by Real Time Genetics. Reserve champion was exhibited by Camden Dowell of Hennessy, also bred by Real Time Genetics. Third place went to Jenna Owen of Kiefer, and fourth place went to Finley Wilson of McLeod. If you are in Class 1 Poland, you need to be in the holding pens. The show is about to start, so if you are Class 1 Poland, you need to be in the holding pens. Cale Bishop and Abigail Foster, you need to be lined up in the holding pen, ready to go with your Polands. Cale Bishop and Abigail Foster, the Polands are showing, so if you are not up here, you are missing the show. If you have trailer spot 25 or 26, we have been notified that you have a pig that keeps getting out. They said they put it up, but you should probably go check to make sure your pig doesn't keep getting out. If you are in the back of the barns, there is a TV located in the old arena barn for you to go check and see what class they are on in the ring. So be checking and looking at that for updates so that you know when to be up here to be ready to show.
One thing about it, the show happens in the ring, and we had a pig show up late and a couple not want to cooperate, and obviously they know where the exit gate is and they want to get out of here. Makes it very, very difficult to put together and get a look of quality of what you want to see, because I've only seen a couple of these pigs drive maybe 3 steps in some particular nature. At no point was I not going to start with the girl here in the Navajo beads. That's a nice gilt to start. It fits me very good in terms of freshness and width, shape, power. I like that one a good deal. I'm going to live on the edge down here. The young man, I tell you what, if this gilt fleshes in her body in the next 45 days, that is one good colored, good eared, square built, dense Poland. And I love this gilt going away. That thing's pretty interesting. The only problem is she's got to go ahead and just convert and get a body flesh on her. I think that one's really, really good. For third, I really still do like this young man's Poland right here in the middle. Just came out. I love the hip, the stifle, the way everything sets, and that functionality of that Poland gilt runs downhill just a little plainer through her throat line. Got a pair that look very similar, 4s or 5s. Litter mates, the little guy's going to be next. I think this gilt's a little stronger in her loin. She's a little Poland ankled, a little Poland rear-footed. Other than that, I love her design and look. Little girl's gilt's got a little more flex maybe at the ankle, but she's a little off in her rump, a little off there in terms of her hamloin hookup. Initially, I really like the gilt that comes in 6th. That's actually in pin 7. Big body gilt, square bill gilt going away. She's a little mousy headed, a little refined up front in terms of her bone and foot. Want to stouten that up, and if we do, I think from there back's got some spread, got some volume and shape. Good profiling gilt here that closes up too much going away. I want to raise her pin bones up and open them up, let her leave you with more strength, but a good gilt in terms of running gear. Gilt that comes next, extra wide, stout, and powerful. She's a little old school Poland for me in terms of her elbow, her front foot, and kind of rolled up with a bunch of muscle, kind of makes her restricted. I do like her hind leg. It is big and it is stout, but just a little coarse build up front for me. Hog that comes out of pin 10, that'll be 9th. I like this gilt's flexibility, just a little cheeky, a little jammed up front. Nice class, the lightweight or younger Polands. My compliments to the exhibitors once again.
Results out of your first class of Poland gilts. First place was shown by Jessie May Peacock of Tecumseh 4-H, bred by Macy Peacock. Second place was exhibited by Aiden Johnson of Mustang, bred by Cooper and Flash Genetics. Third place goes to Tyson Winter of El Reno. Fourth place shown by Cale Bishop of Yukon. Fifth place shown by Cale Bishop of Yukon. Sixth place shown by Riley Fearer of Fargo. Seventh place shown by Natalie Guthrie of Vian. Eighth was shown by Abigail Foster of Fox. Ninth was shown by Ainsley Barks of Blanchard. And 10th place exhibited by Brody Folsom of Granite. We are now showing Class 12 Purebred Gilts. This will be your second and final class of Polands. After this, we will roll right over into the Poland Drive and then get started on our spots.
Got a couple gilts left out here. The young lady here with the 2 whips is going to go in 10. Got a Poland gilt here that's a little rough in her loin and just a little tight in terms of her ankle. The boy's got, like the skull, like the front end design. Got a long-tailed Poland out here that gets along the ring pretty good in terms of skeleton at the ground. I want to level her top line out. Want to sharpen her up front just a shade. My compliments to these two. We're going to redrive our top 6.
Just a reminder, this is our final class of Poland gilts. So if you were top 3, 4, 5 in that first class, you need to be in the holding pins, ready for the drive. We will line up the top 5 Polands, and we will award scholarships to the top 3. If you receive a Purebred Gilt scholarship today, you need to make sure you fill that form out and turn it into the office before you leave today.
spine, got a big fat arm, and got a durable look to her. Little guy on the fence over there is your class winner in this particular drive. Young lady in second, extra big bodied, level, good built Poland, and I compliment her on that. I think foot quality is pretty good, and all of the above's pretty good. There's a little more melt on this Poland gilt. If we're to kick him out and to keep her gilt by a lot, I think see this one going backwards in terms of flesh, just a little juicy for me today. Other than that, good built, good quality Poland. Real strong character. Young lady does a good job of driving. Young man that comes in third, this Poland runs out of a skull and bone and forearm relative to our top pair, but I think this one's better built out of her hip and rear ankle than what our Poland is in four. Poland in four, initially I'm like, man, this thing comes at you like she means business. I like the blade. I like the forerib. When I take a knee, figuratively over here, study her profile, she's a little high at her jump muscle, low up front, then her tail sets too quick into her hip, be a little up on her rear toe, and built just a little more Poland than I want behind, but a very, very well driven gilt, high quality. That one will have a good OYE. The next one coming out, if this gilt fleshes and her right hock stays in her, maybe the most interesting one to get up in the gilt sale might be this one. Bone, foot, feature, skull, choke-throated, hairy, all of the above. Just looks a little harsh in her upper rib today. Like I said, right hind leg's got to stay in her. It'll curve just a little. Young lady does a super good job with an extra fleshy, wide built, really muscular Poland, a little long bodied, a little round on both ends, a little low set up front. Next one coming out from a profile I like. This gilt goes away, a little deviated on her hind leg for me personally. Got a little crest there at the top of her neck, but she is dense, she is big rib, and she is powerful out here. That is for certain. Nice gilt here in terms of her shape, a little vertical up front, a little mousier headed. Wanted to sculpt that gilt differently in her throat line, but I like her width and volume. A big pretty gilt that needs it to be stouter comes out in 9. Then our gilt in 10's got the muscle and the shape. She's a little round built in terms of her hip, tucks her hind leg up underneath herself. As a result, she'll get a little high in her top line. Want to level that out and let her go just a little easier. Good class of Polands. Once again, my compliments.
Results of your final class of Poland gilts. First place exhibited by Tabor, winner of El Reno, bred by Winter Livestock. Second place goes to Lakeland Newcomb of Canute, bred by Goss Livestock. Third place went to Brendan Winter of Medford FFA. Fourth, exhibited by Mason Olson of Oolagaw. Fifth, exhibited by Case Drown of Fletcher. Sixth, exhibited by Kinley Shulin of Medford. Seventh, exhibited by Landry Gray of Blanchard. Eighth, exhibited by Macy Biddy of Thomas Fay Custer. Ninth, shown by Gunnar New of Sterling. And 10th, shown by Brady West of Jones. We are now showing for Champion Poland.
I think we've got a similar built pair of class winners out here, both high quality, both genuine, both right in their shape and composition. I think both gilts go away the way I would like a breeding gilt too, regardless of breed, in terms of combining width with correctness of build out of their hip, down through their hock and rear foot. One of them, to me, just a little stronger built in her skull, a little cleaner in terms of her crest and up front. That'll sort the pair, in my opinion, for Champion Poland. Young man wins the second class. Let's give him a good round of applause for Champion Poland.
Your Champion Poland was exhibited by Tabor Winter, bred by Winter Livestock. That brings in Lakeland Newcomb. Second place out of Class 2. Your Reserve Champion Poland was shown by Lakeland Newcomb, bred by Goss Livestock. That brings in third place out of Class 2, Brendan Winter. Your third overall Poland was exhibited by Jessie Mae Peacock. That brings in Aiden Johnson. Second place out of Class 1 Poland. We need Brendan Winter, third place out of Class 2. Your fourth overall Poland gilt was shown by Mason Olson. We need fifth place Class 2 Case Drown. And your fifth overall Poland gilt was exhibited by Aiden Johnson of Mustang. That concludes our Poland show. We are now ready to begin with Class 13 Purebred Gilts. This will be your first class of spots. If you are Class 2, you need to be making your way to the holding pens. Our official photographer for the 2025 OBSE is C3 Designs. Don't forget to check out all of the free ring shots sponsored by Winter Livestock, as well as backdrop photos that are free thanks to our sponsor Primo Feeds. You can find the photos on Certified Oklahoma Bred Association website or by scanning one of the QR codes found around the barns.
I sure don't want to mislead the audience and build up what I'm thinking is about to drop out of those pins, but I will tell you to this point in the show, as I've stood there, there's show pigs that got to be ready today, and then there's stuff that a judge just wants to gather, and it's a good thing that I'm not rich. It's a good thing that I brought my kid's car and not my truck, because I'd be in the spot buying business here in just a little bit. Tremendous quality inside. You look at the spots out here, and they've they've got good pieces. The problem is with the spot, as you push the envelope of density, stoutness, and power, they'll give in their loin, they'll give in terms of their angles and their front foot quality, and we see that just a shade out here. Some really close calls, really good set out here. Let's compliment and congratulate the young people. Really a strong young class of spotted females.
We are missing 4 exhibitors to be lined up for Class 2 spots. That's Kennedy Hicks, Caitlin Bryant, Riker Sanner, and Jagger Sanner. You guys need to get your spots lined up in the holding pens. We are still missing Riker Sanner and Jagger Sanner. You guys need to be checked in the holding pens. Riker and Jagger Sanner. Congratulations to our second door prize winner, Cannon Nip from Wilson. Cannon, you can come back here and to the announcer stand and pick up your award, sponsored by Toolman Feeders.
Be interesting what these spot gilts would bring at a sale. We'll probably figure out in 45 days what they're worth and what the buying public likes. Here's my challenge: if a guy had enough money, I'm not sure unequivocally which one is my favorite. So basically, you buy the top four. If you can't afford all four of them, you slide in the fifth one for in place of one of them and take them home, kick them out in production, and then let them figure out where they're going to set. So with that stated, I think it's really impressive. I compliment the breeders. I compliment the showmen for getting it done. But in my opinion, there's one out here that's almost awkwardly, genuinely stout and yet correct. Spots will roll out up front. Spots will have big bones and little toes. To me, this one does the unique things within that breed very well. This cat right here in front of me going away, that's going to be your class winner out here. I think as I study the gilts that I like and length the body better and balance better, she's got bigger toes. She's got bigger feet relative to the other one. Maybe not quite as laser slick down on the top side of her crest as what our gilt is in second, but I love that forearm coming at you. That is a genuine show pig in my opinion. Young man second, going to be over there. This is the show pig in terms of the look up front, the zero crest, the long front, the jet level look. I'd want to make her rear toes just a little bigger. She's got big rear bone, but yet it funnels to the ground just a shade. I love that gilt's balance and look. I will always identify livestock that are photogenic in my opinion. I like the arm and the flexibility. The young lady here driving a really good big gilt, and I like this gilt a good deal. She'll come at me just a little rolled out in her front pastern. Then if I study her length of hip relative to her length of body, I want to change that proportion just a nickel. Be the first to admit I'd love to own her, love to take her home, and that one's really good. Hey, in 45 days, if this one in fourth, if her form stays back in her throughout the rest of her feeding and growth curve, this thing's wild built in a lot of areas, up and out, cool looking, fat hind leg, little peaked in her upper rib today, but I tell you what, supplements and feed available from now to then. If this gilt wants to be a team player, she may be the best one at OYE. This gilt coming next has got a lot of puff on her today, got a big body, got a level back, and I like that about her. My problem is she's about stalled out in my opinion. I want to have just a little more reach up through her throat line, just a little raw look today. She almost might have for me a little puff a little early, but tremendous squareness, tremendous stoutness. Hey, front 2/3 of this gilt, really interesting. Her proportionality, she's longer fronted than she is long length of body from her blade to her hip, and I think that's interesting. Dense haired, cool looking. Her hind leg's not as correct. In my opinion, her hip is too short. Want to lengthen that. Girl come next. This is a beautiful show gilt. There's nothing wrong with the female characteristics of this female in the spot breed today. She just isn't as wacky legged, not as wacky in terms of her rib cage, but a beautiful, fundamentally quality gilt there coming in 7. Gilt that comes in 8. I like the bone. I like the feature. This one hits me like our first and second place gilts. She closes up just a shade behind. I want a little more articulation out of her hock, but fat legs, and I like that. Tremendous stoutness. This gilt's head and crest and ear set isn't my speed. Then when she goes away, she'll be a little bowie legged, but I like the width. I like the stoutness and power. The gilt that comes in 10, good bodied gilt, flat back, flexible gilt. She run out of bone, run out of horsepower within this impressive class.
Results out of your first class of spot gilts. First place exhibited by Davis Morris of Yukon, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Second place was exhibited by Coy Holloway of Woodland, bred by Diamond V Livestock. Third place was shown by Camry Dosh of Colbert. Fourth, shown by Sammy Steele of Bristow. Fifth was shown by Wyatt Porterfield of Medill. Sixth goes to Corey Castle of Perkins Tryon. Seventh was shown by Harley Harbison of Asher. Eighth shown by Reed Allen of Red Oak. Ninth shown by Callie Beagle of Pawnee. And 10th place was shown by Hannah Butler of Lone Grove. We are now showing class 14 purebred gilts. This is your second class of spots. At the conclusion of this class, we will roll right into the champion spot drive. We'll line up 5. And the top 4 will receive scholarships. At the conclusion of the Yorkshire show, we will take a 30-minute break before we roll right into the commercial show. 30 minutes after the commercial show is over, we will do both the purebred and the commercial grand drives.
Once again, as we're out here, got to get the pigs drove and got to get to see them. In my opinion, some close calls. We got some thick, chunky ones. I came over and looked at this one again. Really, really powerful. Like I said, when we add that much bulk and power to spotted females, they'll get a little coarse and cumbersome on both ends. And then we got some bigger, more streamlined gilts out here that run out of bone and form and body shape. So with that stated, put your hands together for once again a great set of young people doing a good job of driving. We'll sort your top 10. The gilt that's going to win our class came out, and I got the warm and fuzzies, and I looked very surprised. And the young lady that was opening the gates for me today looked at me and said, "Am I okay?" I'm real good. When I get that feeling, it's all good for me. And I don't know what you folks are in thinking and enjoying. And I know I'm enjoying myself out here talking pigs with you today and just sharing my thoughts at the midpoint of your show career as we go towards March. In my opinion, if you want to be a social media influencer, take a video of this gilt's hip and hind leg, and you could put it on social media and say, hey, this is what one needs to be built like, regardless of breed. And I think in terms of her ability to have a hock, a rear foot, a spread to her dew claw, and her tail set the way it does, that is wild, next level kind of stuff. That's your class winner out here, in my opinion. And at no point since she... I'm very socially awkward. That's why I like the ring. People are away from me and the pigs are close, and it goes better that way. Wicked, wicked creature, in my opinion, to start. 2 and 3 get close. I like this gilt's crest better, and I think when she goes, her spine stays more in line, and she swivels less out of her hip than what our gilt in third does. She's got a little different posture to her ankle and set to her hind leg relative to the class winner, but I think that is a wildly, wildly good gilt in second. You can't make them any stouter and any bolder than the spot gilt in third, and yet she's strong in her front foot. Problem is, when she goes away, as I just said, she'll tend to hinge a little tighter out of her hip and swivel in her spine more so than what the gilts do that precede them. When you're up on the gilt on top of the gilt in fourth, you absolutely love her. The farther we get away from her, we could see that she comes a little up in her hip, a little rounder build in terms of her hip down to her tail. Then when she comes at you, she'll be just a little rolled out in her front feet. But man, big picture, that thing is dense, bold, wide, and stout. All those things I like a good deal. Little guy comes out next, man. What you see is what you get in terms of where that gilt's head's going to be. That is a heavy, heavy built, big forearm, stout skulled, big back gilt. I love a good deal. A little low fronted, a little rounder on both ends out here, regardless of who's driving her. I'd make her more up and out if I could. Got a beautiful built gilt here that, to me, ties her neck a little low into the front side of her shoulder. I don't like where her ear sits on her skull quite as well. Got a little more crest, but from there back, flat back, jet level, big pin set, good female there. I really like this gilt, and I tell you, in terms of a breeding piece, that gilt's throat line and where her neck and shoulder fit together, where her top line and tail head is, this one's a changer, kind of a spotted female. In a show ring spotted gilt setting, she'll close up underneath just a shade, but I think where she's good, she's as good as any gilt within class. 8, 9, and 10 come out. This gilt's a little lower fronted, but extra wide, extra stout. The gilt's a 9 and 10. We've got body, we've got mass. We just don't have that big ring look, presence, and uniqueness of the hogs that precede them. Please put your hands together for a tremendous class of spots.
Results of your second class of spots. First place shown by Genty Terrell of Prague, bred by Jennings Show Pigs. Second place shown by Hadley Davis of Wagner. Third place exhibited by Kennedy Hicks of Sterling. Fourth goes to Preston Haynes of Tecumseh. Fifth was shown by Cannon Nip. Sixth goes to Alora Schimmel. Seventh, Annie Schneider. Eighth shown by Cole Gorel. 9th shown by Maddie Drees, and 10th shown by Jacoby Brown. We are now showing for champion spot.
If you couldn't tell by my thoughts and comments, I am pumped up on the spotted breed here at COBA today. Just compliments and all sincerity go out to all the exhibitors and the breeders that have kept these things together and presented them the way you have today at the upper end. Our lightweight class winner, I told you, was unique in a lot of areas, maybe just a little odd in one or two, but sometimes breeders and changers will be just a little different. Your heavyweight winner, I don't know where we've been, I don't know where we're going, trends, and everybody always asks, you know, what's the next step? I would say as I age and I've had the power of observation of a lot of years in the show pig sector and raising pigs and showing pigs as a family, that gilt right there, in my opinion, she's good today, she's good 5 years from now, she's good 10 years back. So with that stated, champion spot's your heavyweight. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your champion spot, exhibited by Gentry Terrell out of Class 2. That brings in Hadley Davis. Your reserve champion spot shown by Hadley Davis. That brings in Kennedy Hicks out of Class 2. Your third overall spot was shown by Davis Morris. That brings in Coy Holloway out of Class 1. Your fourth overall spot was shown by Coy Holloway. That brings in Cambry Dosh. And your fifth overall spot was shown by Cambry Dosh out of Class 1. We're about to start our Yorkshire show. There is one class. If you are not in the holding pen, you are going to miss the show. This will be Class 15 Purebreds and our only class of Yorkshires. Mason Grace, you need to be in the holding area with your York. Just a reminder, the Purebred Grand Drive will be 30 minutes after the commercial show. And we will be taking a 30-minute break at the conclusion of the Yorkshire show.
We've got 6 through 10 placed, and got a big stout growthy one here that needs more bone relative to her body mass. Then we get into a couple Yorkshires that are a little piecier in terms of their build. You know, you love the Yorkshire population, but it's a challenge right now to find those hogs that can get out and go and still have genuine bone and feature. I think as you look at each one of these individually, they've got some quality in some areas, but then they've got some issues in terms of structure or width or squareness or stoutness that we'd maybe correct. So 5 young people out here that definitely have earned a nice round of applause for today. Thank you for participating at COBA, and we'll resort your top 5. As we come to the close of the Champion Yorkshire, I mentioned, you know, as you age throughout this judging career and observe an industry and be part of an industry for a number of years, I never would have dreamt there would have been more Herefords 20 years ago at a show than Yorkshires or some of those breeds, but it is what it is. I know one thing for certain, the upper end of these Yorkshire females represent quality, they represent powerful females, and I really, really like what we have to work with out here. To me, the freshest one in terms of shape and width and still handles themselves very, very good out here is the young lady closest to me, driving right here is going to be your Champion Yorkshire gilt. I like her head, I like her skull, and when you get in behind them, that gilt's still got muscle, got shape. I think her width of hip and down through her base, I like a good deal. Young lady's gilt in second. If I just had to draw a picture or reserve from a profile, big root to her tail, big forearm, stout mug, and I like this Yorkshire gilt from a profile a good deal in terms of representing maternal strength. Goes away. I want to have just a little more shape, particularly when you consider the posture to her hind leg is good, but the action to her hind leg is to me a little mechanical. If I'm going to have that mechanical of a hind leg, I need to have more hip and stifle to compensate for that ability to move. Young man that comes next, cool made, trendy Yorkshire, good up front, got the fur, got the bone. I like that. She's a little bowie-legged going away, a little flat-footed up front. Change those two regions, and I think she can move up in class. Gilt in fourth, runs out of bone and feature, but I like this gilt's look, like her quality of build and balance and essence of a female from a profile. Just need to stouten her up in terms of her hind leg. She'll get up underneath herself just a notch. Cowboy coming out in five, extra wide, extra stout, extra bold and powerful through her blade and body. Take her to the ground, and she needs more foot and bone to match all that chub, to match all that mass up high. Young man does a good job. We're going to let 6 through 10 roll just a little quicker. Got a nice one here in terms of look from a profile. Tends to come and go. Too closed up underneath. Young man that comes next got a big extended gilt. Got some forearm to her. Just a little flat in terms of her side. Leaves you too closed up underneath. Got a heavy bone, hairy one here. A little flat-footed, a little deviated behind when you get in. Study your hind leg going away. That needs to be fixed. 9 and 10. We got 10 here that's long-bodied and shapely, just a little bull-necked, a little short round in her rump. Young lady here has got a nice kind of a basic gilt, very, very smooth, a little forward in her forearm. Once again, a little soft in terms of her foot quality. Great class, really a great set of peers today. Let's congratulate these Yorkshire exhibitors as we go to break.
Well, congratulations to your champion York, exhibited by Kaisley Onan of Stillwater, bred by Sweetgrass Livestock. Reserve champion was shown by Gracie Ray of Midway, bred by Sweatfigure Show Pigs. Third place went to Jackson Bow of Merritt. Fourth went to Molly Gorel of Mulhall, Orlando. Fifth place went to Taos Rowan of Sterling. Sixth went to Macy Walker of Red Oak. Seventh goes to Haxton Carter of Garber. Eighth place was exhibited by Casey Denny of Cushing. Ninth goes to Payson Gregory of Medford. And 10th place was shown by Jolie Marshall of Hera. We will take a 30-minute break before we roll right into our crossbred show, starting with the light crosses. At the conclusion of the commercial show, we'll take another 30-minute break and then do our commercial and purebred grand drives. The purebred grand drive will be first. Reserve champion Yorkshire, your prizes are at the announcer's stand, so please come get them when you can. Gracie Ray, you actually have one more award at the announcer's stand for your reserve champion Yorkshire. We will be starting back up with our commercial show at 2:40. At 2:35, light crosses need to be rolling into the holding pins. We're going to get started here with the light cross show here in just a few minutes. So if you are in Class 1 light cross, you need to be in the holding pen, ready to line up right now. Just a reminder, guys, there's a couple ways you can keep up with classes and updates on what's happening in the ring. There is a TV in the old arena barn, so you can check there. If not, you can go to the Certified Oklahoma Bred Association Facebook page, and the show is being live streamed there. So anywhere you can find it, you can keep up with the updates for the ring that way. We're still missing a couple exhibitors for Class 1 light cross. You need to be making your way to the holding pen now. The show is about to start. All right, we are ready to roll in the commercial show. First up, we have your Class 1 light crosses coming in the ring right now.
Obviously, the expectations as we get into the crosses, I've got to maintain a very high standard in terms of what I'm going to pin initially. I think some very close calls. Gilt here, the blue hip gilt, a little rounder in terms of her rump and round where her neck and shoulder tie, but I like that gilt's look up front, and I like her foot quality. Then we get into a couple blues that are a little flatter sided and a little choppier moving. Over here, the blue belt and this blue-eyed one, I want to just open up just a shade. Got some quality gilts here in the middle that have the bone and the leg hair pulled back good, just not opened up enough. When they come at you or go away, very, very close calls out here. Let's compliment our young people doing a good job. We'll resort our top 10.
Lane Davidson, you need to be in the holding area with your Class 2 light cross. Lane Davidson. We'd like to take just a minute to thank some of our sponsors for our show today. The COBA Breeders' Lounge sponsor is Sunglow Feeds. The Gilt Show Division Champion Award sponsor is Hofschulte Genetics. The Gilt Show Reserve Division Champion Award sponsor is Miller Time Genetics. DSL Hybrid is the official videographer of OBSE this year. He is offering Showman Spotlight videos, a unique way to capture your exhibitor's time in the ring. To book, contact him or visit the DSL Hybrid table near the backdrop.
Great way to start our light cross division, and we still have a lot of pigs to go through, so I'm going to try to keep pace out here and share the differences with you. I think as we look at the totals and look at what positives are brought to the ring, the gilt for a lightweight light cross gilt, that I like her skull, I like where her crest sets in terms of immaturity, then I like her in terms of her bone feature and design. Young lady in the striped shirt over here, undershirt's going to win our class. I think this is the gilt that looks like a good light cross today, and I think has all the indicators that she wants to continue to stay good and stay strong long term. I think 2 and 3 get, in my opinion, closer. You got to decide if the hairy gilt's immature enough in her head and crest. Got to decide if the young lady here, that gilt's loose enough in her spine. And to me, a gilt that I love is the young lady here, going to be second. When this young lady's on this gilt's head and gets her drove right, her spine's right, she's the widest bladed, biggest top, genuine hog in her upper rib as maybe any we've got. Problem is, when that girl's not on her head goes down, she'll be just a little high back. But I tell you, get that thing broke to drive in a big ring, and that one is one light cross with a tremendous amount of genuine horsepower. The real hairy one over here fighting the young lady in third. I like this gilt's feature. I like her size and density of hind leg. She's a little rounder in her hip, then she's a little more mature about her head and crest relative to the top pair. If I didn't have to study this view on this pig, this is going to be a really interesting one in 45 days. Zero crest, immature, green bodied, and really got a beautiful hind leg posture set in her. Today she's a little skinny in her forerib, just a little skinnier up front, but man, you cut that gilt loose and ask her to go, she could be a ton here in 45 days. The opposite as holds true here for the next one. Got a big arm, got a big bladed gilt here. My problem is you study the size and crest to her neck relative to her pin set and stifle. She carries too much weight in the upper part of her body and up around her crest and neck. I want to make her more genuine in terms of shape when she goes right away. Big feet, good structure, like that about her. Profile gilt here hits me really good. I think this gilt has an interesting, memorable look from a profile. Get in behind her, she's a little tied up at her ham loin, doesn't have as big a hind leg drop out of the base of her ham. Good gilt coming next, a little dry bodied, a little round rumped, and you watch her ankle go behind, set her back on her ankle just a bit, but a good look, front 2/3. The final 3, little girl coming, I would only hope this is a purebred Yorkshire. If she is, that's a really good Yorkshire. Problem is, in a light cross class, she runs out of width of hip and stifle, a little click and drag off of her hind leg, but I like her bone and density, like her shag going on. Got a big pinned one coming next that's a little odd in her stifle joint, a little closed up in her knee and front foot up front, a little longer face, but man, that gilt's got a huge top, got a huge hip set in her. Gilt and 10's a little more piecey, got the big arm, got the big pieces, but we need to transition her from one end of her framework to the next just a little smoother. Great class, good way to start.
Results of Class 1 light cross. First place goes to Madison Lee of Eufaula, bred by Steel Show Pigs. Second place goes to Landon Seaton of Tecumseh, bred by Landon Seaton. Third place was exhibited by Allison Cooley of Pond Creek Hunter. Fourth place was shown by Cody Sanders of Hartshorn. Fifth was shown by Mackenzie Binge of Tecumseh. Sixth place was shown by Emery West of Jones. Seventh place was exhibited by Kasa Kyle of Granite. Eighth was shown by Lakeland Newcomb of Canute. Ninth place was shown by Ellie Alfinger of Marlow. And 10th place was exhibited by Boston Tippett of Hera. We are now showing Class 2 light cross. If you are in the top 8 of your respective class, we need you to hang around for the light cross drive. We will be lining up 18 light crosses. If you are in Class 3 light cross, you need to be in the holding pens lining up right now. Class 3 light cross.
I believe we're going to try to weigh 10 here, and I think another solid class out here. It's typical population genetics in these white crosses. You go to make them big boned and big footed, their joints and feet will go. You go to make them wide and stout, they'll get a little coarse in their hamloin hookup. Or if you want to make them real pretty, they get just a little dart headed and a little flat. And so if you look at each one of these gilts out here, then you can look at one part of them and say, wow, then they go away, you're like, oh. Then you look at them from a profile and you go, ooh, then you watch them go away, you're like, So basically the multiple views we get, I don't see the consistency of the drives coming and going. Profile, those 3 views is what we do at pins. Let's put our hands together. Young people doing a great job out here once again. Another excellent class. And as I want views and I encourage drivers to drive them at me, go away or get a view that I need, one of two things is going to happen. They're going to drive them at me and I get what I want, or they don't want to drive them at me because I know that's probably not the strongest view of their pig. And so I compliment the ability of showmen to understand and know their project. And these three showmen at the upper end of this class, not only are they driving really good blue gilts, they're really good showmen, and I compliment them for that. To me, the gilt that surfaces with the best views and profile coming and going, young lady right here at the blue-tailed gilt, going to start this class. I think in terms of the extras, the density, the feature from a profile, she reads right coming at you. Going away, you know, I think it's very acceptable. I don't know as I'm going to put a YouTube video together if that's the flawless hind leg, but it's very acceptable because after that, she brings so much extras in terms of bulk and body mass, and yet having a juvenile look up through her head and front end. Young man's gilt in second, I absolutely love right here. That is one big-footed, big-armed, naturally shaggy-legged, not glued up kind of pig that I like. She's a little high back today and just not as jet level as our class winner, but that one's a genuine kind of hog at this point. 45 days from now, you pack a little more punch on that one because she's got the skeleton to put it on her. I think that'll be a powerful big blue. Young lady coming in third, I like the shag, I like the profile, level hip, good hind-legged gilt, little mousier head, a little puffier neck. Then when she comes and goes, I don't see her as opened up as I do those hogs that precede her. This is an interesting gilt. She's an athlete, in my opinion, off of her front end, gets out and goes good, heads up, likes to drive. I think that's good. She's a little rounder build on both ends. Then when I get right on top of her, I don't see that blade form and cage spread that we do in those others that precede her. Good gilt here. Once again, same story. Got a cool Yorkshire head, got the bone and got the squishy angles on both ends that you like. Get on her forerib and they just need to open and amplify that. But I tell you, when it's time to turn her loose and get her ready, that gilt's got the running gear. Really nice white cross, make an absolute next level Yorkshire in my opinion. Good bodied gilt here. We study the crest just a little bit. She's got a little puffier neck than she does pin set going away. I want to change that relationship and width from a profile level, good bodied, well presented, high quality show gilt. This gilt's a little plainer skulled for me, a little deeper in her throat line, but I like that arm. I like that density in her quite well. Just want to make her a little more neat, memorable up front. Got a real thick, wide, chunky, basic gilt here. Doesn't hit me with the profile, doesn't hit me with the hind leg. Beautiful built gilt here. Runs out of foot and bone, runs out of density of skeleton, but that's a big, elevated, long-bodied gilt that's running gears set right. Our gilt that comes in 10, we see her ham loin just a little more deviated. She's wound up with muscle and extra stout, just a little coarse built in terms of her pattern and makeup today. Great class. Once again, class 2, put your hands together and show them our appreciation if you would.
Results of Class 2 Light Cross. First place was shown by Hadley Davis of Wagner, bred by MC3 Ward Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Jace Clark of Morris FFA, bred by Clark Show Pigs. Third place was exhibited by Kylie Blim of Mulhall, Orlando. Fourth was shown by Emma Throckmorton of Marlow. Fifth place goes to Lainey Davidson of Big Pasture. Sixth place was shown by Hannah Butler of Lone Grove. Seventh place exhibited by Harley Boley of Perry. Eighth place goes to Bexley McGill of Thackerville. Ninth place is shown by Gracie Flint of Washington. And 10th place was exhibited by Zachary Hoover of Hera. We are now showing Class 3 Light Cross Gilts.
Once again, it doesn't take long to fill the pins here in your light crosses, and I really like the subdivision of lights and darks. I think it really gives Yorkshire and white influenced hogs a real proper competitive place to showcase the quality, and I sure think we do have that out here. Close call right here. Love the hip and hind leg, just a little too jammed up, a little old school Yorkshire headed. Got a nice one here in terms of stoutness and feature, just a little round built on both ends. I like the shaggy white one until you get right in front of her. She's a little closed up, but I think a good hip, good hind-legged one. Some real close calls out here. Once again, let's show them our appreciation. A nice round of applause, and we'll go to sort your top 10.
There is a loose pig in the back of this barn. It's a white pig with a blue nose. They have it in a holding pen, but if you have a loose pig, you need to go get them put up. Also, we're still missing a few for the next class of light crosses, so if you have not made your way to the holding pen, you need to do so immediately.
Really an excellent class, and what's interesting is you got to judge them today, but there's some gilts in here that if they do the right things and if the management does and makes the right calls, can be really an interesting dynamic in the next 45 days. To me, the two stoutest forearmed, most genuine hogs that we have within this population are 1 and 2, and I think they're at the ground. They're both stout, they're both powerful, they're both bold on both ends. I think it comes down to which one of these gilts was more amplified in their center body, which one of these gilts has less crest at the top of her neck than brings her tail more nearly level out of the base of her spine, and I think that gives them the advantage from a profile. Little girl's gilt's going to win this class, and when she gets this thing going and gets its head up nice and easy, it is all good, and that is good stuff. I think this one, I love this gilt in second. I like her body condition for me better at this stage in her development. This thing's still got a little bit more to go, and I like her as a show gilt, but imagine her about bred with her third litter in her, coming out of the sow shed with that skull, that form, that front foot, and that hind leg is intense, and it is wild. Today, she's a little flat in her upper body, and I want to open that and make sure her crest stays in her, but my gracious, that thing is dense from one end of her skeleton to the next. Hey, the blue belt coming out next, an athlete, range of motion, kicks it in the high box, whatever we want to talk about in terms of gears, because she's got a flawless hind leg. Problem is, I want it to be bigger, and I want her to leave with more pin set and power today relative to what we had in the top pair, but that is a close third place gilt that can continue to crescendo and get better as we hit OYE. Got a beautiful show gilt, and this is what I love about this gilt in third. Some of you are going to be like, oh God, she's too flat, she's too big, too long. No, this is the kind of gilt at home that you can go ahead and give her some extra calories, put a nice body cover on her for OYE, and when you do that, she is going to be a big, sexy, elegant female on the hill at OYE. Today, she's got to have enough hind leg, got to have enough body shape to her. I like the gilt profile coming next. I like the texture to her hair. I like the design of this gilt from a side view. Get in behind her, and I just want more horsepower in terms of pin set, shape down her top. I think when you put that in her, she's got the foundation to handle that. Good bodied gilt here, same story. From a profile, like, ooh, I like that one. Watch her go away, and I just don't see the genuine shape, the genuine muscularity in her that I do some of the others, but the fundamental build and balance is very good. Now, in this particular setting, we get the muscle, we get the width. The problem is we have a tight shoulder and a lethargic nature out here where the gilt just needs to get out and go. She's just a little rigid in her spine, and I want to loosen that up, let her get out and just cover the ring more comfortably. Nice white gilt here that's a little stabby behind, but a big hind leg set in her, big tail root, good headed gilt, just a little stabby on both ends. Got one here that's a little refined in her hind leg, a little bow-legged, but good bodied, good bladed, good headed. Just want to fix that hind leg. Our final gilt, a long-bodied gilt, heavy built gilt. Problem is, comes in at her knee, a little long-bodied and then a little short-fronted and short-hipped. That throws off her proportionality. Great class of light crosses. Once again, put your hands together. Class 3 was good.
Results in Class 3 light cross. First place was exhibited by Lakeland Newcomb of Canute, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was shown by Ethan France of Beaver, bred by Half and Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Annie Schneider of Sealing. Fourth place was shown by Wyatt Gibson of Dover. Fifth place shown by Paige Bishop of Yukon. Sixth shown by Jackson Bowe of Merritt. Seventh place goes to Kendall Coates of Hinton. Eighth place goes to Rebecca Seitzman of Prague. Ninth place goes to Gentry Flanders of Watonga. And 10th place was shown by Tate McConnell of Wellston. We are now showing Class 4 light cross gilts. Just a reminder, if you were 1st through 8th in the first 3 classes, you need to be making your way back to the holding pen. At the conclusion of this class, we will begin our light cross division drive.
Sorry about that. I was focused on 8, 9, 10, and I want to redrive them. I just told the staff, big pretty gilt that's just a little hot out here, a little refined right there. Got a real hairy stout one that's a little choppy moving. Got a nice built one here, just needs intensified in terms of foot and bone. Let's put our hands together. We've got 10 pigs in the pen. We'll clear the ring and resort our top end.
Just a reminder, if you place 1st through 8th in your light cross classes, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. Especially if you were the top 3, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. "15 minutes after the conclusion of the Division II Dark Cross Drive, We need all of the breeders and exhibitors of breed champions and reserve breed champions to meet at the arena. So 15 minutes after the drive is concluded, we will need you to meet in the arena.
Another excellent pair out here at the top end of this class, and all judges justify things in their own minds to do what they want to do, and so a big thing for me at this size of pig is I want to get behind them and say, okay, make sure their crest is smaller than their hind leg, and in my opinion, when you get behind these two gilts, that's what sorts them. They're both cool looking, they both got body, they both are very, very current in terms of their shag and presentation, but the cleaner crested, bigger hind-legged gilts, the girls, and she's going to start this particular class. And initially, I'm like, man, I'd like to make her front leg just a little bigger in terms of the circumference to her forearm, but I think that matches her muzzle. Her muzzle's just a little refined for me. Outside of that, that is a big, pretty, attractive, really zero crest, jet level, beautiful hind-legged gilt. I think functions at a very, very high end. Number two, big-bodied, stout in terms of her upper pin set, just starting to show a little puff right there at the top of her neck and depth to her throat line. Then I'd like to make her hind leg just a nickel stouter to make it all balanced. Really an interesting hog coming in third in terms of breeding pieces. Extra density, extra real muscle, big stout hip, really lean. I like this gilt's condition right now. She's got a good soft set to her ankle, just a little harsh and a little round in terms of her pattern. I thought there was more genuine horsepower here than the white gilt in 4. White gilt in 4, front 2/3, smooth, attractive, basic, non-threatening, and I like all those things about her. Problem is there enough extras in terms of where her neck and shoulder come out, or shoulder comes out of her neck, comes out of her shoulder. Then you watch her hip, just a little rounder in terms of her pattern. I want to jazz that thing up just a shade if we could. This gilt coming next goes away square, but the problem is she does the click and drag from a profile off of her hind leg. Outside of her right hock, I think the rest is very, very good. Got to be sounder today. Huge bodied, puffy, show ready gilt come next. Like the flexibility. Get in behind her, and that gilt just curves too much to the ground behind. And then foot size relative to Chubb, I didn't think balanced quite as well. Nice sow over there, a little deep throated, a little long muzzled. I don't see that really just horsepower coming at you, but I see balance, I see totals, I see a very, very fundamentally good gilt from a profile. Blue-eyed gilt, this is her worst view. A little flat in her forearm and her legs up underneath her chest floor because she goes away massive and wide. She's inconsistent in her views, doesn't come at you quite as strong. If I could fix that front view, really, really interesting gilt there. Heavy bone, stout built, powerful muscled gilt that's a little rough at every transition in her body. I want to smooth it up just a shade. Big, well-driven, high-performing gilt here, just a little plain featured, and then when she goes away, she'll get to throw in her left hind pretty good there, but a really high-performing, well-presented, really broody-looking sow from a profile. Great class here in Class 4. My compliments to all exhibitors.
Results of Class 4 Light Cross. First place exhibited by Gracie Ray of Midway, bred by Cox Show Team. Second place was shown by Bryce Bagwell of Bing, bred by JD Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Noah Price of Washington. Fourth place exhibited by Mowdy Elmore of Thackerville. Fifth place shown by Griffin Ritchie of Altus. Sixth place was shown by Adler Bates of Alva. Seventh place shown by Tandy Winner of El Reno. Eighth place ninth place was shown by Tatum Smith of North Rock Creek, and 10th place was shown by Kinley Shulin of Medford. Coming in the ring now is the light cross champion Drive. Your Class 1 winner was exhibited by Madison Lee. Your Class 2 winner was exhibited by Hadley Davis. Your Class 3 winner was exhibited by Lakeland Newcomb. And your winner out of your last class was Gracie Ray. We will be lining up 18 in this division, so if you place in the top 8 of your class, you need to be in the holding pen, ready to get lined up.
As we come to the close of our light cross division, you know, obviously we've talked to hogs and within each class, and I've tried to keep a pace, and I'm going to continue to keep the pace. We still have a lot to go through today. Really some interesting opportunities to discuss and describe, and obviously 3 of these pigs out here right now are being shown and very, very well and cooperating. One of them, the Gilts, isn't wanting to cooperate the best out here for the showman, and so it gets to be tough, in my opinion. When we put Yorkshire in them and we start feeding barras, it used to be back in the old school days, we worried about chine bones staying down in them. Today, I probably look at a crest of a barra more often than not, and as long as their crest is in them and their hock is good, there's still a fighting chance for us to get a blue or purple ribbon with that pig, in my opinion. I think as you study these Gilts out here for their age and immaturity, I think that really kind of comes to play where you want to sit in a spot or two. Then all of a sudden you've got to say, in terms of skull, in terms of genuine horsepower, where are we at? And so basically, as I look at these 4 Gilts out here, there's one of them in particular that hit me as the most unique. And what I mean by that is that when this Gilt comes out and takes 3 steps, there is 0 crest, it is a flat back, it is a flag tail, and it is a square build. And I think that's hard to do. Step off to the side and study bone and density. You're really impressed. And I think she's the smoothest built, yet one of the stoutest gilts we have within the population, and that is very, very difficult to do. With that stated, your champions, the little girl in the blue hip gilt right there, driving perfect right there. Keep going, don't stop. Oop, we stop. Give her a nice round of applause. That's a very, very good cross gilt.
Well, congratulations. Your champion light cross gilt was exhibited by Lakeland Newcomb of Canute, bred by Goss Livestock. That brings in Ethan France.
I knew it'd be difficult when this pair come in, and I won't come back to the microphone anymore, but I really, your champion light cross hit me very hard, those first impressions where you get the warm and tinglies. I was worried about once we dropped the second place gilt out relative to our Class 2 winner, because I thought both of these gilts represent true, real, genuine blue hogs, run with the belts all day long in terms of bone and density and feature. I take a quick profile look on them and study ear, skull, crest, and where they sit in terms of their spine. It's going to sort them again. Young man that's second to the champion is going to be reserved.
Congratulations to your reserve champion light cross exhibited by Ethan France of Beaver, bred by Half and Show Pigs. Coming in the ring now is third place out of Class 3. That's Annie Schneider. Your third overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Hadley Davis. Your fourth overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Gracie Ray out of Class 4. That brings in Bryce Bagwell.
This Griffin Ridge is a scratch.
Okay.
Sort of roll up past that.
Your sixth overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Madison Lee. Your seventh overall light cross gilt was Annie Schneider. Your eighth overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Landon Seaton of Tecumseh. Your ninth overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Allison Cooley. Coming in the ring now is fifth place out of Class 1. That's Mackenzie Binge. Your 10th overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Jace Clark. We need Kylie Blim. Your 11th overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Mouty Elmore of Thackerville. Your 12th overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Kylie Blim. Your 13th light cross gilt was exhibited by Paige Bishop of Yukon. That brings in Jackson Bowe. Your 16th overall light cross gilt was exhibited by Emma Throckmorton. Your 17th light cross gilt was exhibited by Cody Sanders of Hartshorn. Your 18th and final light cross was exhibited by Lane Davidson. We are ready to roll into our Class 5 commercial drive. This will be your first class of Dark Cross Gilts. Class 2, you need to be making your way to the holding pen. If you had Reserve Champion Light Cross, you need to come get your award from the announcer stand. We would like to take a minute to thank our board members who help run and organize the show: Kyle Hicks, Tyler Ritchie, Nick Hofschulte, Jacob Edmond, Grant Wilbur, Ryan Seitz, Austin Craig, Kendall Whittington, Tint Heron, Tanner Winter, and John Mark Holt. Without them, this event would not be possible. Please give them a round of applause.
We've got 11 of them to go through, so we got to stay picky, and we got to stay on point and stay focused. And the reason I'm telling you that is I keep telling myself that when that gate opens in a dark cross, you better have a big forearm, you better have a bold, scary look to you, and you better be memorable when you go away from me in terms of how good your hind leg is and what your essence is in terms of quality. Now, with this lightweight juvenile set of gilts, I don't want to tell you to give up in terms of your project for what you got, because there's really good stuff. Gilt over there is a beautifully balanced gilt, nice profiling gilt, just a little thin-toed, a little small-footed relative to some of the gorillas we have in those pins. When you look at these gilts out here, you like them, but I'm telling you, there's some real heat over there. We're about to resort. I think I've got 11. Let's congratulate them on a job well done, and we'll get rolling through these top 11.
If you were in Class 2 dark cross, you need to be lined up in the holding pen immediately.
If this is any indication of what I'm about to get into, it might be a little while before we're done with the dark crosses. And I apologize for taking time, but I'm here to tell you, if you know exactly how to place these top 6 gilts in this class, then you are an absolute wizard that needs and has a bright future as a pig show judge and a pig breeder. Because I'm telling you, I've had every one of these top 6 winning a class at a different particular view at one particular moment or time in another. Why is 1 and 2 the quickest to pin back? Because they're the most memorable to me out here in terms of the wacky uniqueness that they bring to the final drive is tremendous in my opinion. And in my opinion, when you watch them drive and you study how much density, how much feature there is, and yet how immature they are about their head and neck and how level and correct they are in other areas, I think the young lady in the purple scarf and the belt has her one that I really identify with. Very good quality. Man, that thing's stout and cool where it needs to be, burly where it needs to be, and yet really comfortable in terms of its motion. I have no idea what that thing's going to look like in 45 days, but I do know today that would make me nervous to go out and feed. Hey, I love the power of selection. In terms of heritability in an animal breeder, I tell our students all the time the 2 phenotypes that establish dollar value in all 4 species of livestock that we show in Good Hope, Illinois is bone and hair. It's the reality, and we put so much hair on pigs. This gilt in second, I'm not even sure she has a hock joint. If she does, I can't see it. We're going to get pigs hairy enough where we got to start taking some of that off. That thing is wacky built. Now, first of all, she's really bare for hairy, but what makes me impressed is that gilt's elegance up front, 0 crest, huge arm, beautiful curvature, and you get in behind her and she is dead square to the ground, huge pin set. That one right there is pretty wild in terms of a petting zoo, kind of an animal. The gilt in third, I want every crossbred bear that I make at home to go away just like this one does. Big, juicy pin set, correct hind leg, big hind leg. I want this gilt to come at me stronger in her skull, bigger in her forearm if she could. She's opened up in her chest, want to strengthen her skull up just a little bit, but that view going away is worth a lot of money. Absolutely love this gilt, and I was like, man, I got to redrive these. I'm too hard on this gilt. There's nothing major wrong with this gilt that puts her in fourth. She didn't hit me with just the uniqueness of extras, but the basic utility is so good in terms of bone, foot, comfort, and squareness on both ends. Very impressive. Now, this is a fun show gilt because she is pretty and made for the big ring. She's a little cheeky today for no more hip and stifle than she's got. You go to pour the bull dust to her, I don't want her throat line to get too deep, but if it doesn't, that gilt has got not one tight joint in her body. Her angles are flawless. I didn't read her as genuine. Now, this one coming out next is genuine, but boy, critics of her are going to say she's too far forward in her forearm and blade. It's hard to make hogs run uphill, have them have baby elephant legs and be perfect, set her forearm back in her, maybe stabilize her hock a shade. That one can generate and make a boar long term that'll make you happy. Gilt comes next, really cool going away, coming at you. She runs out of horsepower in her blade and chest and forearm, but that is a good looking jet level one. The next 3 is what I call the Campbell's kids. They're thick, wide, and chunky. These are excellent gilts, but they're not to me in the right rig today to show. They're so wide and chubby and massive and stout, they look a little jammed up out here. You put 45 days on them, put them in D1, D2, right in there, and then I think you pull just a little off them. Then I think they're extra stout, powerful. Today I love moderation and extensions, but it makes them look a little bit low rider out here. All excellent gilts. All 10 of those have bright futures.
Results out of your second class of dark cross gilts. First place was shown by Matley Wilcher of Rattan, bred by Steel Show Pigs. Second place goes to Daisy Prince from Shakota, bred by Pell Livestock. Third place exhibited by Cody Sanders of Hartshorn. Fourth place goes to Casey Duncan of Woodward. Fifth place shown by Caitlin Wood of Sayre. Sixth place shown by Charlie Robinson of Hollis. Seventh place shown by Avery Throckmorton of Marlow. Eighth place was shown by Kylie Imhoff of Prague. Ninth place exhibited by Amherst Guthrie of Salisaw. And 10th place shown by Colt Bird of Sayre. We're now ready for Class 6 commercial gilts. This will be your second class of dark cross gilts.
got a little more variation within Class 2 in terms of your belted population that you choose to drive today. And, there's some good pieces out here. Really a stout, moderate one that I like, just clipped a little odd today, but also a little low rider, a little crunchy for me. Got some cool looking ones that just need more bone and feature. If you look through the glue and powderful, their feet and their form aren't big enough and there's not enough shape to it. So I want just a little stouter look. I love flag-tailed hogs. This one was close. Want to make that one sounder. She's just a little rigid in her back, and I think that throws off her design. Very, very close calls out here. I believe I've got 11 in the pins already. I've studied them multiple times. I don't think I've missed one that I really, really love out here. So with that stated, let's congratulate them for their efforts, and we'll send them back to the barn with a nice round of applause. You want to talk about a pair that I've had back and forth in my mind a lot. This is what goes through my mind today, but then there's 45 days from now, roughly. There's one today that looks a little more pen ready in terms of just hip and puff and spread. But there's another one out here that looks like, man, if you don't use her in 45 days, you're going to look unintelligent. And so I'm trying to minimize that throughout the day. I like both gilts a good deal. To me, the weirder built one that's harder to put together and harder to find is the young ladies gilt across the way. We're going to start with that gilt out here because where she is unique, she is very, very expensive in today's standards of what is trendy and cool and accepted in a pig ring. Freaky long front, fat forearms, zero crest. I mean, you could feed her straight milk and fat rest of her life. I don't ever think she'd crest up on you. Tremendous length, and she's got a hind leg posture that is very popular in a crossbred gilt ring today. Just need a little time when you turn her loose. Going to be pretty wild what that thing looks like. Gilt in second, I want to say, hey, here's a safe choice today. Boxy, wide, stout, high quality gilt. I mean, high end gilt. Out here, she's a little quick in her rump and a little choppier, shorter striding gilt relative to our class winner, but man, that thing is stout. Great pair there at the top end that I struggle which one I like better today versus long term. Black-headed gilt's heart. This is a color pattern that I struggle to find balance with, but man, this thing coming at you might be my favorite gilt in class. The only problem is going away. She's got some issues there that I would personally fix. Want to make her just more correct as she hits the surface. Got a good hip and hind leg. I love the hip and hind leg in this gilt in 4. Problem is coming at me, she's the most generic in terms of her look, in terms of stoutness and forearm and front foot power. She loses balance and eye appeal out here relative to the 3 that precede her. Gilt that's a little low shouldered but opened up wide and stout comes in 5. Like the mass and substance, just a little coarse and round. Got a stout mugged one here with a big arm and going to be a power sow. Her hock joint and rear foot needs to be different today. The Git calico, really typey and really shapely down her top. This gilt's too rigid in her entire skeleton. She does just a little quick step on both ends. She tends to have small feet relative to her bone size. Next gilt coming out, runs downhill just a shade, but sleek up front, really flexible, long-bodied gilt, just a little rounder, tighter hip and patterned when you watch her go away. Love this gilt going away. Coming at you, she needs a bigger front foot and a bigger forearm to match all that rib, to match all that muscularity. Got a gilt in 10 that's cool looking from a profile, just a little German Shepherd hind-legged when she goes and doesn't handle it quite right today, but an interesting gilt in terms of some pieces. If that all comes together, going to be a nice gilt when it's all said and done.
Results in Class 2 dark commercial gilts. First place went to Autry McConnell from Wellston, bred by KP Livestock. Second place was shown by Davis Morris of Yukon. Third place goes to Neely Pritchard of Weatherford. Fourth place goes to Maylee Brown of Pawnee. Fifth place went to Kinsley Brown of Pawnee. Sixth place was shown by Madison Brindley of Hartshorn. Seventh place was shown by Taylon Cummings of Crescent. Eighth place shown by Casey Denny of Pawnee. Ninth place exhibited by Wyatt Porterfield of Medill. And 10th place was shown by Grady Whittington of Tecumseh. We're now showing Class 7 commercial gilts. This is your third class of dark crosses.
the decisions remain close out here. A cool made one on the profile, just man, doesn't come and go well enough. 2 different occasions. I think this dry skin gilt over there has got a beautiful look up front and a flexible spine. I get on top of her, and if you put enough in her, I think she'll dang sure have it in 45 days. Today, I just don't see the forearm shape and the spread out of her shoulder that I want. Got some thick muscled ones out here that are just a little wound up for me today. Close calls. I've already got 11. Let's congratulate all the efforts out here. Keep working on your projects. They sure look good.
There was a phone found in the women's bathroom. We have it at the announcer stand, so if you can come determine what color it was, then we have it at the announcer stand for you to pick up.
Another excellent class, and man, I tell you that there isn't just one unicorn that has to win this class. I think it goes deep, and I think there's close calls. You can leave them all four out depending on how you want to sort them. In my opinion, 1 and 2 have the biggest, most correct hind legs. That would be the boy over there and the young lady at the white hind-legged gilt. And to me, the boy's gilt is stronger and more correct on her front feet, just a little more elevated up front. And I love the balance and look and stoutness of that gilt. Yet a long front, big radar ears that go straight up in the air. Cool look. We're going to start with the little guy right there in the middle. Young lady at the painted up gilt's going to be second. I like this gilt's feature. I like her stoutness. She's just a little softer in terms of her front feet or where you want to set them there. But I think both gilts have balance and both gilts have density to the highest degree. Young man's gilt in third. This thing's built like a mini brood sow. Cool skull. Really neat how the neck comes out the top of the shoulder. Pretty good in terms of forearm shape. This gilt needs a bigger hind leg, and it needs to be just a shot more comfortable. She gets tired out here, and she'll labor more than either the first two gilts will within this class. Gilt in fourth, I'd encourage a young lady not to hit the gilt on the hip with the brush, because this gilt's the choppiest moving behind of any of them. Then she hits it with the brush, and it ducks down, and it accents the fact. I think the gilt's big-armed. I think she's puffy. I think she's a really cool show gilt, a little choppy behind, a little juicy on the front side of her shoulder. I wish I could soften this gilt's flank line just a shade and then smooth her up in her ham loin, because I think this one in 45 days, if managed right, can be an absolute hammer. I love this gilt's width. I love her shape. I love her real muscle. Today she's a little hound dog bellied, just a little rough there going into her ham loin. Soften her up and she's big time. I like a lot of things about this gilt from when I'm up on her in 6, get away from her, and she's a little rough build at her ham loin hookup. She doesn't set down on her heel and her rear foot quite as strong, but man, that gilt's opened up in her stifle. Really, really bold going away. Got a nice gilt here. I was probably too hard on her for the exhibitor. I like the look up front. No crest, big bellied, hairy, big pin set. This gilt's a little hook-legged, and then she'll get her left hind outside of her skeleton for me today. Stabilize that. That gilt's top 3. To me, just a little awkward moving today for me. The final pair, we've got a little girl coming out with a real stout, moderate, wide one. Just a little plain featured, but everything there's good. Just got to amplify the extension and look. The black-headed gilt, a little rough there at her ham loin, a little steep hip, but I like the front 2/3 of her real well. Another solid class. My compliments to the Dark Cross exhibitors. Nice job.
Results of Class 3 dark commercial gilts. First place was shown by Mason Morris of Yukon, bred by Wes Phillips. Second place was shown by Caitlin Dufer of Caddo, bred by J.D. Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Casey Duncan of Woodward. Fourth place shown by Emma Kenyon of Conawa. Fifth place was shown by Bella Price of Washington. Sixth place shown by Natalie Guthrie of Vian. Seventh place shown by Haley Townsend of Tecumseh. Eighth place goes to Addison Thompson of Noble. Ninth place goes to Hadley Stallcup of Waurika. And 10th place goes to Allison Cooley of Pond Creek Hunter. We're now showing Class 8 commercial gilts. This is your 4th class of dark crosses.
Some very close calls out here. The splashed up gilt the little girl's got, I really like a lot of things about, and I almost kept her, but I know what's in those pins, and I'm afraid her hawk shape going away is going to get her in trouble just a shade. It's one thing if it's going to be a little deviated. If it's going to be deviated, it better be incredibly large, and I don't see their hind leg big enough nor correct enough today in a slight situation. There's a kid with a black white belted gilt right out here. Big arm, lots of cool presented pieces, just a little up in her spine and just a little dry backed when you get on top of her. Well, her early calico came in, and I thought, man, if this thing had a big enough hind leg that was correct enough, she could get a pin. As the population hit the ring, I didn't think that was maybe quite strong enough in that region of that gilt's body, but very good other than that. Really stout, powerful gilts out here, just don't balance up quite as well. Young lady with a white belted gilt there, just one out of gas, but thick and wide and stout. Very, very close calls. There's some unique ones in the pins. Let's congratulate them, if we would, on a job well done.
If you are currently trying to ping your phone because you have lost it, we have it at the announcer's stand. So if you can come identify the phone, it's been found and recovered. All right, we have another door prize winner, Gunnar Newt. You have won a door prize sponsored by Toolman Feeders. So if you will come to the announcer stand, we will get you your prize.
One thing for certain, on the way home tonight, I'll have a lot to think about because this show today has been a really, really incredible set of pigs put together. And, you know, here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm down here looking, putting pigs in 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm like, man, these are better hogs than that. They should be up in class. Then all of a sudden you let the top 5 out, and at least for me personally, I'm like, holy moly, these dark crosses are good. I think very, very subtle differences sort this pair. My class winner I prefer in terms of their ham loin hookup. I prefer in terms of the posture and set to their hind leg from a profile, and I think is extra bold, extra dense, huge bodied. And this gilt doesn't win for fun because I'd maybe loosen her spine just a shade where her neck sets. After that, she blends Beauty and the Beast very well. Young lady here has got your class winner in this particular drive. That is one aggressive rib, aggressive back, a beautiful, so smooth in her hip, so right in her hind leg posture for me. Front 2/3 of this gilt in second are dirty. I mean, good looking, no crest, cool made, flexible spine, all the above. I want to strengthen her loin just a shade, bring her pins up just a nickel. But man, other than that, this region right here, just a shade, that is an incredible creature there in second. Love the squareness of build, the blade, love the pin set and the squareness of hind leg in this gilt in third. I don't see her skull and crest fitting in her quite as nicely as I do the other pair, but for from her blade back, every line is right, and they are big limbs dropping out of the bottom of that particular gilt. A gilt that I would love to see in 45 days comes in 4. This gilt is skinny and green, and for skinny green, that is a big, bold blade. That is a big, fat pin set and a really clean hock joint. Today, she paddles off of her front end just a shade for me. I'd stouten her ankle up just a notch. Other than that, that one's big time. Love the beauty of this gilt coming in 5. A little mousier headed, a little more odd in terms of her rear ankle and how it hits the ground, but big bodied, well presented, thick muscled, tremendous gilt there. Here's a gilt, and the cheetah coming in 7. These are 45-day gilts. I don't think they're ready today, but when you get them fleshy, they are going to look impressive at OYE. Big, pretty, elevated, built right, just a little flat bodied. This cheetah, I tell you what, you give her a little time to fill in and the lower part of her stifle, settle down in her ankle just a shade. That thing is wild, wild, wild built. Just didn't have enough in the seat of her pants today. Another one right here. This boy catches a gear, big arm, big running gear, huge hind leg, and just give her some time to develop her flesh in her mid body and freshen up in her loin there going into the front side of her hip. Going to be fun to study that one. Beautiful gilt here. I don't know if she's ever going to be as wacky stout and jet level hipped as some of them others, but that is a quality, dense built, really good bodied gilt that balances very well. Really thick, moderate, puffy gilt here. You look at her little frail tail relative to her chub, it doesn't balance quite as well, but I love her width and rib cage. Got a gilt coming out here, a little squishier footed, a little more out in her hock, but man, perfectly presented, perfectly fed. I love that gilt's top line and density. Absolutely incredible set of dark cross gilts.
Results of Class 4 Dark Cross. First place shown by Zoe Lukasic of Kingfisher, bred by Barn Burner Genetics. Second place was shown by Hayden Green of Wellston, bred by Colson Show Pigs. Third place goes to Gentry Terrell out of Prague. Fourth place goes to Brecken Saig out of Merritt. Fifth place goes to Hannah Hinkle of Yukon. Sixth place goes to Satan Holloway of Woodland. Seventh place goes to Charlie Robinson of Hollis. Eighth place goes to Jesse Pierce of Boswell. Ninth place goes to Caitlin Waggle of Fort Gibson. And 10th place was shown by Adeline Seaton of Tecumseh. We're now showing Class 9 commercial gilts. This will be your 5th class of dark crosses. At the conclusion of this class, we will go right into our Division 1 lineup. We will need the 1st through 10th out of each class so far in the dark cross division to be lined up in the holding pens. We will go 23 deep. Mouty Elmore, if you are not lined up, you will miss your class. Mouty Elmore.
I think I already got 11 out here, and man, close calls. Girls driving the wheels off this one right here. Just a little dry middled and hard flank today, but I like the arm. I like the skull. Didn't maybe get that big balance. Got a real pretty one there, and then the yellow girl and the blonde hair right here. These are really beautiful built gilts. They're elegant. They're attractive. They're female looking. Only problem is in dark crosses, you better have some fat limbs today if you're going to stay in the top 10, and I just need to intensify both them in terms of bone and skeleton. Got a real sweepy belly one here that's a little discombobulated down her top line, but I like her bone and feature. Very, very close calls out here. Got one there that's nice, a little mousy headed, but a big pin gilt going away. Like to stabilize her left hind. Close calls. Let's congratulate them. I know we got a lot to do. Very, very tough decisions out here.
Just a reminder, guys, if you place 1st through 10th in any of these dark cross classes, you need to be in the holding pen right now to get lined up. We're about to roll into the division drive.
A great way to finish our lightweight division out here, and I think there's 4 gilts, and there's 7, 8, 9, 10, and golly, I hate to sound like a broken record. Nothing worse than a judge that says the same thing every class, but well, there are. They can do a bad job or whatever. But anyway, I don't want to say the same stuff all the time, but I can't help it because stuff's good out here. I think it's really, really close, and what's weird is when I find what I really like, I actually could go faster because I know how I want to build the class and what I want to build the class around. At no point this white-tailed gilt was not going to start this class within this particular drive. That is one good-headed, clean-crested, big arm, big back, good hind-legged. That one right there is pretty solid. Now, why does she beat the cheetah in second? She's more athletic out of her hip and hind leg. I like the cheetah gilt in second. Really fresh up front, fat arm, good front foot. She's bold and stout, but she'll be just a little short-hipped, and it correlates to a little more cumbersome step behind. I actually had planned on using the gilt in third, actually second. This young lady is going to be third, and I thought, well, you know, this gilt's sounder, but actually you get behind the pair, this gilt actually gets her rear foot farther outside of her skeleton than what the calico does, and as a result, she's going to go third. Other than that, that thing looks like a flush mate to our class winner. Beautiful head, no crest, same spine. I want to bring that rear foot just a little more within her skeleton. This is an awesome gilt. Picked a wrong class to be in. She's a little bullier neck, just a little rougher in her ham loin hookup, but that is a genuine big arm. That is a genuine horsepower kind of brood sow waiting to happen. I love her. Gilt comes next, a little deeper in her throat line, a little more bull neck today, a little rounder rump. Those 3 little areas get her in trouble. Big picture, that's a good one. That's a stout wide one. That's a powerful one. Tremendous there. I feel bad for this boy right here because this first view is what I get. This gilt's a little flat in her forearm for me, a little small front-footed. Other than that, she is lights out, really, really good. Tremendously well-fed, well-presented, great body shape. Just doesn't have the big arm that those others do, but that is a big ring kind of a gilt. Great breeding pieces, but just a little dysfunctional on how she's built out here in terms of her hip and her posture and lines, but man, that thing's got great pieces. The white hind-legged gilt coming out next. She's a little deep and low in her shoulder neck junction, a little rolled forward in her blade from there back. Big rib, stout hip, powerful view. I like the black gilt up high, down low. She doesn't have quite as much feature, and then when she goes away, she's a little different in her hind leg. Really a nice one here that got a little busted up off of her front end out here. Cool made, really neat headed. Just got to be sounder, and I got to trust her front end design more than I do out here. Great class. Let's put our hands together. A great way to finish the lightweight division.
Results out of Class 5 Dark Cross Gilt. First place was shown by Madeline McLean of Leedy. Second place goes to Kendall Cathy of Jones. Third place was exhibited by Presley Bennett of Yukon. Fourth place goes to Addison Allen of Maysville. Fifth place was shown by Caitlin Wagle of Fort Gibson. Sixth place shown by Aiden Collier of Elk City. Seventh place shown by David Clater of Hera. Eighth place shown by Kenzie Crasser of Chattanooga. Ninth place goes to Kylie Ray of Temple. And 10th place goes to JD Garrett of Chattanooga. We're about to roll into our Division 1 Dark Cross drive, so if you place 1st through 10th in any of these classes, you need to be in the holding pen immediately. We're going to let our judge take a quick break while we get everything lined up, so make sure you're getting those pigs in the holding pen. Just kidding, we're ready to roll. That's going to be after the division. Your Class 1 winner was shown by Matley Wilcher. First place in Class 2 was Autry McConnell. Your Class 3 winner was Mason Morris. Your Class 4 winner was Zoe Lukasik. And out of your final class, we have Madeline McLean, your class winner in Class 5.
Judging shows of this magnitude, in my opinion, is a double-edged sword, because the first good side is that, man, the level of quality and the competitive nature out here is tremendous. The downside is, with the numbers that we have to go through today, I have to go ahead and make decisions in a quick fashion, because if you really admire livestock at a high quality, nothing makes a guy happier than just sit there and study good stock outside on the grass, watch and drive, or at a show. Our ring today is gorgeous. I'd love nothing more than to pull up a 5-gallon bucket right about here, take a seat, and just watch these young people drive these hogs, and just learn the pedigrees and learn the programs behind these hogs, because they are next level, in my opinion. Obviously get out here, and these crossbred dark cross classes, they're tough, man. You go deep, and there's quality. Years past, you're like, oh man, they should be better. They should be better. If you don't like these class winners and upper end gilts in this particular dark cross division, then we like different things, and that's okay. Tremendous density, tremendous agility, and yet they look like they're females. They look like they're function. Not going to talk them individually again. I would ask that you put your hands together. I could watch these 5 drive a long time. With that stated, we started in good fashion. We finished the division in good fashion. I think your Grand and Reserve are wicked, wicked close. I'm trying to put a show together for COBA that makes sense to me today. With that stated, Gilta wins the last class as your champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Your champion, Division 1 Dark Cross Gilt, was shown by Madeline McLean. That brings in Kendall Cathy. Second place in Class 5.
Now, with that stated, I think Grand and Reserve are equally close in this division, and I'm telling you, I'd load them both. If they're both in the ring at the same time and you're at an auction, you just you clear the ring, you take both, and then you start phoning friends for money, because it'd take a little bit to gather them. Gilta wins Class 1 as Reserve, lightweight Dark Cross.
Your Reserve Division champion Dark Cross is going to go to Matley Wilcher. That brings in Daisy Prince.
Won't come to the microphone again within this particular drive and division, but it's going to be 23 impressive gilts. I think you win your class at COBA, and man, that's a big deal to me. You start putting this sale lineup together, and there's some close seconds that come out, but another class winner that I thought won a strong class still hits me hard. Young lady right here is 3rd overall.
Your third overall lightweight division dark cross is going to go to Zoe Lukasik. That brings in Hayden Green. Your fourth overall is going to be Daisy Prince. That brings in Layla Begley. Your fifth overall was exhibited by Hayden Green. That brings in Gentry Terrell. Third place out of Class 4. Your sixth overall is Autry McConnell. That brings in Davis Morris. Second place, Class 2. Your seventh overall is Kendall Cathy. That brings in Presley Bennett. Your eighth overall is Mason Morris. That brings in second place, Class 3, Caitlin Dufer. Presley Bennett. Your ninth overall is Presley Bennett out of Class 5. That brings in Addison Allen. Your 10th overall was Davis Morris. Second place, Class 2. That brings in Neely Pritchard. Your 11th overall is third place, Class 1. That's Layla Begley. That brings in Casey Duncan. Your 12th overall goes to Addison Allen. That brings in Caitlin Waggle. Thirteenth overall goes to Casey Duncan. That brings in fifth place, Class 1, Carson Kettner. Fourteenth overall is out of Class 3. That's Caitlin Dufer. Your 15th overall is shown by Gentry Terrell. That brings in Brecken Saig. Fourth place, Class 4. Your 16th overall goes to Carson Kettner. That brings in 6th place out of Class 1, Charlie Robinson. Class 1, 6th place, Charlie Robinson. You are needed in the ring for Division 1 lineup. Charlie Robinson. We need 6th place out of Class 1, Charlie Robinson, to the ring for Division 1 lineup. Charlie Robinson. Charlie, if you are on the way, let us know. If not, your 17th overall comes out of Class 3. That's Casey Duncan. We need Emma Kenyon. Your 18th overall is shown by Caitlin Waggle out of Class 5. That brings in Aiden Collier. That's Aiden Collier. 18th also comes out of Class 5. That's Aiden Collier. Your 20th overall comes out of Class 4. That's Brecken Sieg. That brings in Hannah Hinkle. Your 21st overall comes out of Class 1. That's Charlie Robinson. Your 22nd overall comes out of Class 2. That's Neely Pritchard. We need one. Your 23rd and final selection comes out of Class 3. That's Emma Kenyon. We're going to take a short break and then start rolling right on with our Dark Cross show. Class 10 commercial gilts. That'll be your 6th class of dark crosses. You need to be lined up in the holding pen, ready to go. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
We are ready to start the next division of crossbreds. So if you are not in the ring, please get here. If you are in Class 6 crossbred, dark cross, please be making your way to the ring. You should already be up here.
We are going in the ring.
I know I got 12, but that that black and white dotted up one, pretty bold and stout. We get out here, man, I'm telling you, there's some very, very close calls. They come out of that pin, and if they're not square and true up front, going to be tough sledding for them this afternoon or this evening. Close call was the young man here with a gilt that just didn't want to loosen up in her spine and honk today. I love her squareness of build. I love her no crest. Got a good-looking one there that needs more horsepower. Very, very close calls. Let's congratulate the efforts out here. This is a tremendous way to start our heavyweight division. Yes, sir. Where's your pick?
If you are class 11 commercial guild, that would be the second class in the Division 2 of our Dark Cross show. You need to be in the holding pen getting lined up right now. So if you're not there, you better get there quick. Also, we just have a quick clarification on how this commercial grand drive is going to work. The two divisions of Dark Crosses will not show against each other until the grand drive. So the grand drive will consist of the light cross division, the class or division 1 of our Dark Crosses, and division 2 of our Dark Crosses. So we will line up 5 commercial gilts out of those 3 respective divisions.
couldn't start a division any better, in my opinion, and with these 4 gilts. And I redrove 5, 6, and 7 because I'm like, man, these hogs down through 10, they're legit good. And then all of a sudden, these top 4 drop back out again, and I'm telling you what, there's a break for me at 4 in these top 4, depending on who's show ready, who's not. Today will determine some of what we come out with. In my opinion, big picture, what we've been doing all day, which one is the sexiest looking with the most stuff to them in terms of feature, agility, and mass and rib? Young lady in the braids right over there in the middle is going to start this class. I think a tremendous gilt in terms of balance, and yet pushes the limits in every direction. And so I think that, to me, is the uniqueness and essence of proportionality. That black top gilt, you want to talk about an 8-foot wide, square built one in second. Young lady's got right here, not as freaky necked as what our class winner is, but that one has tremendous amounts of utility, spread, power, mass. I love that thing a good deal. Gilt that's going to be third today, very capably driven by the young lady, really well presented, a good profiling gilt. This gilt doesn't come and go with as much real muscle and genuine width as the top pair do. And then of the initial 3, she is a little harder the way she sets her hind leg down into the surface. It's true and correct. Problem is, it's just a little stabby. Want to loosen that up. Now here's the problem. In my opinion, in mid-March, this one brings an absolute metric ton at the OYE gilt sale. This gilt either isn't broke to drive, or the young man's not comfortable driving her, because when he gets to whipping and spurring, she gets to stabbing, and it's a hot mess. We need to get these 2 to agree out in the yard, get them rolling, because that one's the wildest looking, wildest built one of the group. She is a little different in terms of her hind leg, the way she sets it down. But now, right there, if I saw that early, game changer. Didn't see that early enough. We got to work on that at home. Nice body, real thick gilt coming next. Little crusty neck, a little round, but man, opened up and stout and wide. I like that one a good deal. The next gilt coming out. I like this gilt in terms of when you're up on her, you love her blade, her skull, no crest. Step away and she's a little rounder build out of her hip. I think she's a little pitch farther forward in terms of where her blade sets on her rib cage and her forearm is. Nice gilt in terms of width and muscle. When you're on top of her, this gilt gets a little flat through the center part of her body, runs out of hind leg bone. Good bodied, really flexible gilt here. Study skull and feature. She's a little mousy headed, just a little flatter built kind of a gilt. Big pretty one here, needs more body, needs more base width, but I love the jawline. I love the sharp sculpted look up front. Got one here that's extra stout and wide, just a little different in terms of how she moves behind.
Results of Class 6 Dark Crosses. First place was exhibited by Vivian Humphreys of Moreland, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place shown by Hannah Hinkle of Yukon, bred by Half and Show Pigs. Third place shown by Chloe Kemp of Adair FFA. Fourth place shown by Wade Hill of Blanchard. Fifth place shown by Lane Stewart of Tecumseh. Sixth place shown by Clifford Frankie of Covington Douglas. Seventh place shown by Tegan Voigt of Glencoe. Eighth place exhibited by Clifford Frankie of Covington Douglas. Ninth place shown by Heidi Milam of Sterling. And 10th place was exhibited by Braxy Sharp of Waukomis. We're now showing Class 11 Commercial Gilts. This is your 7th class of Dark Crosses.
Once again, a tremendously strong class out here. Close call. You study this boy with the knee brace, study his gilt. You're like, man, that's a quality creature. It is, but at this level of competition today, just not the extras in terms of density and stoutness. Step back and try to get a big picture image of these gilts and say which one of these really silhouette-wise and feature-wise draws your attention. You gotta look at them once or twice before you really get the warm and fuzzies. As a result, they don't have that first impression wow factor that what I have in the pins are. Fundamentally, they're great hogs. They've been managed well. They've been presented well today. Just not quite the totals I'm looking for. Let's congratulate them with another good round of applause. Another really good class out here. And our first and second place gilts are different in their physiological maturity. I would reflect back to going to a JV basketball game. Your class winner is one of those freshmen in high school. You go watch him play, and he's a little gangly right now, but you're like, man, someday that guy's going to be hanging on the rim if he doesn't get hooked in with the wrong crowd in varsity basketball. And I think this gilt reminds me of that. She's skinny, she's green, she's raw, and when you turn her loose and give her the beans, it's going to get real, real good. Young lady right there has your class winner. I think that gilt's build and assembly, and her basic framework is crazy good, and her extension is right to be a big, stout, puffy one at OYE and still look like it matches. I think that one's real, real good. Not taking anything away from our JV point guard. A young man at the Gilt here in second. This is a good point guard in JV, but still going to be a point guard when they go to varsity. Big bone, stout, powerful, just a little quicker in her growth curve, a little more jammed up. I don't think she's as square in her knee as what our class winner is, for as green and immature as our class winner is. 3 and 4 get close. I like the Gilt in third. I like her ankle better. I like how she sits down on it. This gilt has 0 crest, beautiful head, nice bodied gilt. I'd like to intensify her skeleton and base width just a shade, but a good female there in terms of freshness. Great pieces coming in 4, extra heavy boned, extra stout, little mature through her head and crest, a little tight ankled, but she is dense and burly, really, really furry. I like that gilt. Here's a good black legged gilt. Like to clean her flank up a little bit, but I tell you, that's a flexible, good kind of gilt. A little deeper in her cheek line, but a really nice built, really dense one there. A big, pretty long-bodied one that I'd wish the young lady get out and drive a little better. She's a little mechanical in her hawk action, but she's square, she's wide, and she's true. We're going to make better Berks here with this one. I think this is a quality gilt in the Berkshire. She's way good. In the dark crosses, she just runs downhill a little, doesn't have the extra foot and bone, but a really interesting marked one with a lot of braining versatility. Got a hairy one here that's a little coarse built, but I like her density. Got one here that's a little choppy moving behind, a little flat bladed, but cool looking on the profile. Want to make her more flexible. Our final gilt, extra wide and stout. That gilt got to be the roundest in her rump and through her hind leg, a little more coordinated than maybe ideal.
Hazen Bates, you are needed in this class. Your class is going in the ring. If you are not on your way, you are going to miss your class. Hazen Bates. Results out of Class 7 Dark Cross. First place was shown by J.C. Cantrell of Ripley, bred by Cantrell Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Ruger Heron of Red Oak, bred by Hoff-Schulte Genetics. Third place exhibited by McKenna Smith of Blackwell. Fourth place shown by Haley Townsend of Tecumseh. Fifth place shown by Macy Walker of Red Oak. Sixth place was shown by Macy Morley of Arapahoe Butler. Seventh place shown by Colby Browning of Oilton. Eighth place shown by Porter Neal of Tecumseh. Ninth place shown by Caitlin Bryan of Weatherford. And 10th place was shown by Addison Shipman of Wagner. We're now showing Class 12 Commercial Gilts. This will be your 8th class of Dark Crosses.
I believe I already got 12 or 13. And man, I tell you what's tough. And I want to let you folks know that there's quality out here. And the gilt I just put in, I'm afraid it's going to run out of skeleton and hind leg when you get in the mix out there. But there's good gilts out here that just aren't out there far enough. This is without a doubt today. Bring your tricked out ponies to the show day because if you're not out there, it's going to be a tough day. Got some muscular hogs that are tying up out here. Got some good built ones that need more to them, kind of vice versa. Let's put our hands together for a job well done and get them back to the pen and get them fed. Take that one easy. She's about to go down. She's squealing and too tight. Both these are way too tight moving. We're going to excuse 2 gilts here in 11 and 12. Gilt here, I like when I'm up on her. She's a little forward in her blade and just tight in terms of her spine. Got one here that's beautifully good built, just not enough density when you get in on her, and study her circumference of hind leg. Close calls, quality gilts. Keep up the good work. We're going to redrive the top end. Interesting class. 2, 3, and 4, I think, are highly subjective. At no point was I not going to start with the young ladies guild down there. I think she's a dominant creature within this class. And as a show dad, I always hate when a judge says that if I'm second. But in all reality, it's what's going through my mind. Here's my class winner. Now, how do you build around that, I think, is where it gets tough. In my opinion, the gilt that's most like her, young lady right here, is going to be second. I like this gilt from a profile, her density, her clean crest, her burly look. She's a little flat-footed, a little flat-bodied for me in terms of where her form sits, but I think in terms of density and correctness of hind leg, she's that. The young lady in third is going to be the young lady in the red hair here. I like this gilt in terms of other than her front foot and her bone up front, big hip, good hind legs, square built, big bodied, just a little squishy build up front. I like the front half of the gilt in 4, blade and arm and front foot is as correct as any. When I get the gilt on the profile, I can't read the balance and the strength. and her underline and tail set that I do, the two that precede her, I think 2 through 4 gets highly subjective. When I'm up on top of this gilt, or I study her alone, I like her, get her out here in the mix, and she runs out of hind leg bone, runs out of strength of hip. Now, big pretty gilt just needs more to her. Got a real cool marked one, real cool built one here, a little different in terms of her stifle joint. I think her hock and hind leg for me gets her in trouble in this particular realm. I think this is a gilt that if she's off in her hair cycle and hair's up in 45 days, to give her a look enough bone behind, that one can be a really good big gilt at OYE today, a little skinny and refined. I like this gilt here in terms of her density and stoutness up high. She's a little forward in her form, a little different built behind, but I like how that gilt balances. I like the strength to her head, a quality gilt there. Maybe as wide and muscular as anything we've got in class comes next. I'd like to make this gilt a little smoother in her muscle pattern. She's a little bunchy and gobby. I'd like to smoothen that out a little bit. Real nice, non-threatening gilt here in terms of head and posture and design, but you get in and study genuine blade and form, I don't read her as stout as I do some of the others.
Results of Class 8 Dark Crosses. First place was exhibited by Addison Thompson of Noble, bred by J.D. Showpigs. Second place was shown by Addison Williams of Chickasha, bred by Blackjack Genetics. Third place was shown by Tatum Smith of North Rock Creek. Fourth place shown by Ian Morris of Yukon. Fifth place shown by Mackenzie Binge of Tecumseh. Sixth place shown by Kinsley Whittington of Tecumseh. Seventh place shown by Noah Price of Washington. Eighth place shown by Caleb Dorr of Wagner. Ninth place shown by Kylie Green of Purcell. And 10th place was shown by Paisley Blakeway of Moore. We're now showing Class 13 commercial gilts. This will be your 9th Dark Cross class. If you're in Class 10, you need to be getting lined up in the holding pens. Just a reminder that cards are due for the Berkshire through Yorkshire Bearers to the show office 1 hour after the gilt show concludes. So don't forget to turn in those cards.
Already got 10 in pins, and man, it doesn't take long to fill them. Really some close calls again. Good bodied gilt here. Just didn't think had enough genuine feature when you get in on them. Got some big, pretty extended, deep bodied gilts out here that I just want to open up. Got a real pretty gilt over here that's stripe headed but just too flat and closes up. Checked out the little girl's gilt in the corner a couple times. When that gilt stops, she'll pull her hind leg up and too close together behind. And so different pieces out here. Let's put our hands together. Another great set of dark cross gilts. Another just tremendous class out here, and I like when I find what I like and got good kind of tunes in the background. It's really enjoyable for me, and I can't say enough how much I've enjoyed my time today. My time is actually quite a bit longer than what I thought it would be in Duncan, Oklahoma, but that's okay. We're having a good time. No point was I not going to start with this cat's belted pig right here. That to me in this particular population is the one to build on because it's got the look, stoutness, and feature of the cheetah, but has more body and width. It's got the chub of the black here, but way more look. That's your class winner. I think cheetah's more interesting to me than the gilt is in third. Cheetah's going to be second. Big arm, big feet, cool skull. Hey, if this cheetah flesh is in her midrib and flank, can she hustle this belted one in 45 days? We're about to see. This is a good gilt, a little racy today relative to what wins this class. I like the moderation stoutness of this gilt. Going to be tough to manage. You can't let her get too puffy on you, and if you slow her down, she's going to lose stifle muscle. If you gas on her, she's going to get a little puffy neck. That's hard to do. The gilt that comes in four, this is kind of Build-A-Bear in my opinion. You can pack some chub and flesh on this one. This might be the best big gilt at OYE of any of them because everything's there. All you got to do is pack the energy on her body cavity, open her up there, and then that one gets wildly interesting to study in 45 days. I like the balance and the proportionality of the gilt from a profile here. I get in behind this gilt and dang, she just leaves me a little faded, pulls her hock in, and just want to square that up if we could. Got another pair of cheetahs that come next. This one's a little fragile muzzled, but I like the curvature to her arm, beautiful elegance up front, jet level, just a little choppy behind. Got a real comfortable big rib, deep bodied gilt that comes next, just a little plain and runs downhill just a shade. Got a really massive muscled gilt, wide chested, opened up. This gilt does a little quick step on both ends. I'd like to make her just more comfortable. There's nothing wrong with the gilt that comes in 9, but yet I don't know how long I would remember her after the show. A little forgettable from a profile. Basic utility and function is laid in that gilt as good as any. Same story for the gilt in 10. Good bone, good bodied, good bladed hog, just a little lower to her neck shoulder junction, and it doesn't have that big ring appearance of some of the other gilts do in class. Tremendous set once again.
Results out of Class 9 Dark Cross. First place was exhibited by David Clater of Hera, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place exhibited by Langston Claiborne from Pauls Valley, bred by MC3 Ward's Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Carson Kettner of Central High. Fourth place shown by Weeder Family of Laverne. Fifth place shown by Jackson Bow of Merritt. Sixth place shown by Kendall Winnington of Tecumseh. Seventh place shown by Bailey Weeks of Meeker. Eighth place was Afton North of Coweta. Ninth place shown by Yazari Hernandez of Fargo. And 10th place was shown by Cambry Dosh of Colbert. We're now showing Class 14 commercial gilts. This will be your 10th class of dark crosses. We are currently showing Class 10 Dark Cross. On deck is Class 11. So if you are in Class 11 Dark Cross, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. At the conclusion of Class 11, we will be showing for the Division II lineup. So not yet, but, first through 10 and the first few classes need to be getting it on their minds that they need to be lining up soon in the holding pens to get ready for the lineup.
Been an incredible show today, but I tell you what, I'm not sure I'm going to make up any time on sorting the top 13. I've already got 13 in here, and young lady here is dang close to being kept. A little dry right out of her shoulder, a little different in terms of a right hock. Got a real pretty, the tall guy on the other side, tall skinny guy. That thing is really interesting in some areas. That gilt's going to run out of jaw and skull in terms of feature with some of those monsters we got in those pins over there. You look at the red, really a good, moderate, big-bellied one, going to start to looking a little bit like a lowrider relative to some of the hogs in there. So we've got some good pigs out here. The problem is this is without a doubt the deepest class that we've had throughout the day. So with that stated, quality pigs, quality exhibitors in the ring. Let's please show them our sincere appreciation with a nice round of applause as they go back to the pin.
Just a reminder that 15 minutes after the conclusion of the Division II lineup, we need all of the division champions and the reserve division champions of the commercial drive, as well as the breed and reserve breed champions of the purebred drive, to meet to get lined up for the grand drive. All of those exhibitors are going to meet behind the breeders' lounge, and all of the breeders are going to meet in the exit gate of the show ring. So 15 minutes after the commercial drive, everyone get ready to line up. Also, if you are 1st through 10th place in class 6 through 11, you need to be in the holding ring to get lined up for the division drive. That's 1st through 10th place in all of the Division II Dark Cross classes.
Some would come to the microphone and apologize for taking too much time, but I'm not going to do that. I want to make sure when I get in my little Chevy Impala and start pounding the pavement tonight, I want to be comfortable with what I do and what I did in the ring, and I want to have some good self-reflection on the way home. Obviously, I reworked this class 3 different times because the depth of quality and the uniqueness of so many of these different gilts are really, really interesting, and I would encourage you to keep in mind a good stock and good breeding pieces come in different shapes, come in different sizes. And what's interesting is the 3 gilts that settle, I'm not going to make any excuses for. If you like 4 through 11 or 13 or some other gilt, that's great. These 3 suit me very, very well. Now, let's get to the next step in terms of trying to align them. I think it gets really interesting. And, you know, sometimes when we say, man, we buy livestock and it doesn't work, or what are we doing as an industry, it's real easy. We are pushing the envelope in every direction as far as we possibly can, but yet not go out of bounds. And that line is so small that it really, really becomes challenging. As I look at these 3 gilts drive out here, there is one gilt that pushes the most limits and the most extremes in every direction you could possibly do it, yet she doesn't go out of bounds in any one particular area. It is hard to build livestock that clean fronted and that clean crested, that bold and stout, and when she goes away, it's scary, it's intimidating, and I'm like, she'll break down, she'll wear out, she's not sound enough. Nope, she actually stays within her skeleton, and I'm totally impressed. The longer she drives, the easier she wins this class. Young man with the mullet's going to be her class winner in this particular drive. Now, 2 and 3 actually is where it continued to get closer, but you take a knee and you study spine, you study levelness of hip, you study upper rib shape. Without a doubt, little girl here with the white hind-legged one is going to be second. This is a powerful, big rib, genuine one going away. Take Showman out of it. I still think that gilt's shoulder and blade and neck is a little lower than what our class winner is. Young man in third, that is a wicked, wicked gilt. That gilt's so stout and wide and flexible. I love it. She's a little rounder in terms of her rump, just a little more forgettable in terms of her jawline and face at this level, of which she will be third. Absolutely love. I'm old school, and I like this gilt in fourth a whole bunch. Her feet and legs are on the corners. She goes straight uphill. You could land a plane on her back and have a giant pin set. Out here, she wasn't quite as comfortable in her angles, but I mean, that is a big, elevated, stout, dense one that's tremendously good there in 4. In terms of wacky piece, in terms of 5, the gilt in 5, I went from 11 to 5 because I'm like, man, this gilt's better. I got a bad read on her right hock initially. It's a little odd shaped on the inside. You step back, this gilt's ditch back, clean crested, beautiful headed. She runs out of base width and lower skeleton dimension relative to the gilts above her, but that is still a quality gilt in my opinion. The cheetah, well, great pieces, man. That thing is going to bring a lot of money, and there's a lot of interesting things about her. To me, I want in a show ring, have her hip and hock posture and action a little more comfortable out here. It's just a little too rigid and a little too mechanical, but stout, wide, powerful, like that gilt a good deal. Worst part about this gilt is when she comes right at you, she'll close up at her knee, but fresh and flexible, good down her top line. I like that gilt's balance a good deal. Extra stout, wide, and burly. This gilt ran downhill, got a little cheeky, got a little mousier headed, but I mean opened up and stout. Got a real juicy one coming here, loads of muscle in her blade and hip. This gilt's got the biggest crest, and then if you look at her foot and form relative to all that muscle and mass, it's a little out of balance for me personally, a little jammed up. I think this gilt, if you were to turn her loose on a little vitamin P and get her ready, this gilt's got the foot and the foundation to be a great big one. Today, just a little flat and tapered when she goes away. I don't think she's as pin ready today as some of those other gilts within class. Tremendous set. My compliments to all those exhibitors.
Results of Class 10 Dark Cross. First place was shown by Kylan Camp of Laverne, bred by Camp Family Show Pigs. Second place shown by Brinley Newcomb of Canoe, bred by Goss Livestock. Third place shown by Carter Perry of Pond Creek Hunter. Fourth place shown by Afton North of Coweta. Fifth place shown by Kinsey Crasser of Chattanooga. Sixth place shown by McCrae Walden of Hinton. Seventh place shown by Laramie Claiborne of Pauls Valley. Eighth place was shown by Claire Voss of Chisholm. Ninth place shown by Allie McGill of Thackerville. And 10th place shown by Kate Sherrill of Pawnee. Coming in the ring now is Class 15 Commercial Gilts. This will be Class 11 Dark Crosses. This is our last class before the Division II lineup. So if you are 1st through 10th in any of the other classes in the 2nd Division, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. Just a reminder, we will be taking about a 30-minute break at the conclusion of the Division II lineup. "15 minutes after the conclusion of that lineup, just a reminder, breeders, you need to meet at the exit gate of the show ring, and exhibitors of the champion or reserve divisions or breeds need to meet behind the breeders' lounge.
as we come to the final class of a competitive division. Looking forward to how those class winners and upper end gilts drop back in here to put an alignment together. As you really think a great class winner to bring to the final drives, the thin belted gilt the boys got. This gilt's kind of automatic out here in terms of driving and ability to just get out, cover the ring, be comfortable, be strong built, yet be a show pig in terms of look and essence. I like the black-headed gilt for second. There's just more width, the blade. These are heavy gilts, and then we need to start opening it up. We need to be powerful, and I think this one's got more blade and hip and stifle, just natural with the skeleton than the gilt in third. She's not as elegant as what our class winner is. Gilt in third runs uphill, really jet level, and I like that about her. This gilt's crest to her neck and shape to her body just shows a little more maturity and wear and tear. Gilt in fourth, I like her moderation and her width and stoutness. She's a nickel short in her hip. She's just a little bit rolled out in her hock, and I think that distorts her ability to just get out and have that uniqueness. But man, moderate, right size, opened up, tremendous amounts of width. Gilt that comes next. This is the biggest challenge I have with her when she comes right at me. She's pretty caved in at her knee. That's a heavyweight, big scaled, big hip, giant hind-legged one. Needs to come at me better. Got a quality gilt here in terms of balance and profile. Comes up close underneath on both ends. Doesn't have that look up front, but strong in her upper rib, good in her upper top line and hip. She's more genuine than the gilt that comes next. This gilt's really well balanced, really well presented from a profile today. Get on top of her, and there's just not enough horsepower. The Berkshire gilt coming out, a little panther-legged behind, but man, big-bodied, flexible. I like that gilt's look up front. Really makes some interesting Berkshire mark pigs with her. 9 and 10, we've got a gilt here, comes out pretty good in the front two-thirds, runs out of horsepower in her hip and hind leg, but I like the front two-thirds. This gilt's really slick-headed and big in her upper rib. Her blade rolls forward, doesn't set in her skeleton quite as comfortably as the hogs that do that precede them. Great way to finish a tremendous dark cross heavyweight division.
Results out of Class 11 Dark Cross. First place shown by Dax Johnson of Crowder. Second place shown by Connor Imhoff of Prague. Third place shown by Silver Bentley of Navajo. Fourth place goes to Preston Haynes of Tecumseh. Fifth place was exhibited by Jesse Pierce. Sixth place exhibited by Kylie Townsend. Seventh place shown by Thomas Grifondo. Eighth place shown by Gentry Flanders. Ninth place shown by Macy Walker, and 10th place shown by Gracie Flint. All right, we are ready to roll into our Division II lineup for the Dark Cross Show. If you place in the top 10 of every class, you need to be in the holding pen immediately. We're about ready to roll. If you are second place in Class 10, that is Brinley Newcomb. You need to be in the holding area, lined up, ready to show for the division drive. Your Class 6 winner was Vivian Humphreys. Your Class 7 winner was JC Cantrell. Your Class 8 winner is Addison Thompson.